Okay. Oop. A little bit behind where I wanted to be today because this little guy did not get dry overnight. So I quickly finished drying him up this morning. Stuck him in the actual dryer. So he got tossed around quite a bit. Should be good now. Oh, didn't get a hair tie. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go get a hair tie and then I'll be good to start. Okay. Now we can get back to this little guy. Which your eye is chipped? Oh no. Okay. Good to know. I'm gonna swap out that eye before I start the timer. This technically shouldn't be part of the work. I shouldn't have put a chipped eye on him. Oops. Brown eyes. Okay, we're gonna try that one instead. And oof, whack, smack. Okay, and I need thing to cut with. Pokey stick. And your snips. There we go. Okay, so the back of that eye is all chipped up. I'm gonna have to repaint that. Okay, that eye looks better. I'm gonna just put it right back into the eyeballs for later me to find and deal with. I'm so cruel to future me. Okay. But I want to get this little guy all stuffed up. Ooh. I got some crappy stuffing right now that's already been kind of squished together, so I'm gonna have to pull it apart. I pulled this out of a couple of test plushies, so it's a little bit bunched right now. That stuff's pretty good. Oops, some thread in there. More thread. That stuff's all good. That doesn't need rip apart. Okay, got my stuffing good to go. Now I can actually get him stuffed up a little bit. I'm going to start with his arms. And then I'm going to stitch those closed just so that the body is still flat and easy to work around while I'm stitching his arms shut. Okay, there's one arm. And there's his second arm. I need needles and thread. This will probably be the best needle to use. No, actually. Guy. Oh my goodness. Here comes Pick out the gate strong with the puns. Hi, Pick. Thought I banned you for bad puns. I do love puns. They're wonderful. Puns are fantastic. So are dad jokes. Anything that makes you groan and roll your eyes, the height of humor. Go. Here's your little leggy bit. Wonderful. Yes, puns are wonderful. Okay, that's all stitched up. I can tie off my knot there. Ooh, throw my scissors at myself. Is maybe left the stuffing hole on this leg a little bit too long, but it's fine. Easier to stuff, but it's more hand sewing, and I like doing as much as I can on the sewing machine. Get that off, and both the legs are now done. Dab through to the front. Hello, Rogue. Doing well. Running a little bit behind where I wanted to be. I was hoping to be started a couple hours ago, but I ran out, did the grocery shopping I needed to, and then this guy hadn't dried overnight, so I ran him through the dryer so that I could actually stuff him. How are you doing? Get that little foot all stuffed up. Some stuffing into that foot. Up into the toes before it gets compacted. It needs a little bit of stuffing. Okay, there's his two little legs. Hey, lurking is totally allowed. When I am not streaming on Twitch, I'm usually lurking on Twitch. So lurking is totally awesome. Get some more little stuffing right into that leg. Then I'm kind of pulling it over from both legs. I want that stuffing to kind of go like webbed in between both legs. Just makes a nice little base there. Then I can put more stuffing on top of that and squish it from both legs. There we go. Stuffed the butt. Fantastic. Oh, good. Okay, this is the part that I was uncertain of and need to actually test before I turn this into the big owl bear pattern. In that, like, these legs need to come down even with the bottom of the plush. And they do. I've done it right. I kind of just vaguely estimated where I thought that the curve was going to be, because the leg doesn't come down to the end of the pattern; it's shorter. This has to curve under and create the flat butt. So I just kind of estimated, and I got it right. Which means after I get the owl bear finished, and well, I'm probably gonna do the manatees, just stuff them, um, so that I can stitch them up later. I will be able to turn the small new pattern pieces into large new pattern pieces and then make the mama owl bear. Okay. Body is stuffed. Almost grabbed the right amount of stuffing for the face. Okay, let me go get a little bit more stuffing. I've still got the inside of the head. I've stuffed all the outside of the head, but then, like, basically you, like, stuff the outside and then you have a hole still in the center, that needs stuffing to be shoved in there to kind of keep the form. And then I need a little bit of stuffing for all of those bits. Good. Okay. Stuffing to go on the outside at that back of the head, so this can't be lumpy. Okay, there we go. He looks a little bit alien right now. He's missing all of his bits, but his body is stuffed, so that's good. I think I'm gonna put his beak on first. Just makes him look a little less alien. Of the beak is right here. Top of the beak becomes right. Whoop! Don't do that. Don't do that. There. Well, you caught the side of the beak. I only wanted you to hold down the bottom. Okay. No, stab. Speak no evil monkey without the beak. Yeah, he looks a little off. Hoot no evil. Ah, needle. Also, hello, Ditsy. There. I rolled up underneath. Don't want that. I want to be along the edge of it. Okay. And take that out there. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I figured, like, for the most part, the things I'm making are just piles of bits of fabric, and I can tell you what I'm working on, but I can't really, like, describe it for everyone. So I did the little arts just to kind of give a graphical description of what I'm going to be making today. And sometimes I even remember to update it. Okay. Add a little bit more stuffing into his beak, so he should be nice and good there. And then because this is front and center, I'm actually going to go through and pick out the seams here so that his beak is fuzzy along that center seam instead of having all of the minky fuzz caught in the stitches. I'll do the same thing for the seam underneath. That's right on his face. I want him to be fuzzy, not seamy. Okay, so that's his beak. And then in order to give him that very specific owl look, because right now his face is very, very round. And owls don't have round faces. They have like a disc face to catch sound because they're basically just flying hunting machines. So if they can focus in on where they have to be hunting, they are much better. I'm going to do something called thread sculpting, which is essentially taking a piece of thread and cinching him together. I'm going to just go and like cinch his eyes together and to give him a actual owl face, not a round ball of fur face. That is going to be a long needle though. I'm going to be stabbing through him face. So one of my doll making needles. And then I'm going to go from the center back of his face or head, center back of his head, not through the seams, and stab him right behind the eyeball. Nope, right behind the edge. Come on, a little bit higher. There we go. Then keep those threads nice and long. And go back in under the eyeball and over to the other eyeball. And then back down and to the back of his head again. Nope, that's his body. That's his body. I want the back of his head. There we go. Now I have essentially like a triangle of thread in between his eyes and then going down to the back of his head so that I can kind of just cinch him and give him those like center eyes that owls have. A little pinched in face. And I squish him down and tie that knot. Nope, a little bit more. Oh no, it broke. Okay, let's try again. Probably actually get thicker thread than this. This is an older thread. Let me get a different thread. Where's my button thread? Do that all over again. And then the stabs. Nope, wrong side of the eye. Dude. That's too far. There we go. Those tails long. The other eye. Oop, drop my needle. And then go back to the back of the head. Okay, right there. Okay. And there we go. Now his eyes are just a little bit flattened into his face. So he's not like entirely rounded. So he has a little bit more of an owl face. And then I can tie those off again. And then I don't want to just cut it right there, so I'm going to sink my threads in. Maybe. Come on. Okay. There we go. There's him's little owl face. Oof. Hang on 2 seconds. Getting a little warm in here, so I'm actually going to turn the downside of having so many machines and lights. It gets cold, or it gets warm really quick. The opposite of cold. Okay. My dude. Now that he has a shaped face, I can stitch up the back of his head. Ah, that fabric rolled as well. Don't roll. I want to be able to see the edges of you. And tie that knot off. Okay. And I think I might actually just leave this thread here. I'm not going to cut it because the next thing I need to do is sew the ruff onto the neck right at the back there. So I will just continue on from where I am. But before I do that, I do need to stuff the ruff. It just gets a little bit of stuffing in each of the sections. Just give it a little bit of like a 3D shape. A little bit more at that side. A little bit more, and that should be good. Okay, so there's the neck ruff there. And this is going to cover over where the arms attach and keep them down. So I'm not really concerned with the fact that like they kind of float up because of the way they're stuffed. They will be pressed down by that ruff there. So that right there is the ruff. Whoops, needle. Move those out of the way. Those together. Whoops, or not. That's fine too. squish him just a little bit. Everybody gets manhandled while they're being stuffed and sewn up. There's no gentleness in plushie making. Oops, oops, oops. Fred, don't do that. Two more stitches right up at the very top. And then I want to tack this down onto his back so it doesn't end up spinning around. Squish you there. Oop. Okay. There he is with his little ruff and some blue fuzz from the manatees, probably. He still has 4 more little fluffs to go, or 5, because he's got his tail. Oops, I forgot his tail. So 4 more fluffs and a tail to go. Think I'm going to do the ears next. Sit right there. Look cute. Cute and bald. I'm going to stuff both of them first so that I have a rough, they're both the same shape and stuffiness before I start stitching them down. I don't want to put like too much stuffing in one and not enough in the other so that like he's lopsided. That feels good. Now those get pinned in place and it goes right to the top of that dart. Right here. And I don't have a dart or anything at the bottom, so I'm gonna just kind of pull it until it looks even on both sides. This one needs to come down a little bit further. That looks better. That's where his little ear tufts are gonna go. I'm gonna start in the back center, because that's where the thread will then end. That pin away. Normally, I save a lot of this hand sewing for in the evenings when I'm not streaming. We will sit, eat dinner, watch TV, and I will stitch things together. 'Cause this is the part that I like the least. I find this the most boring part. I have to do something else to distract me, but I also really wanted to make sure that this guy was gonna work out. So I at least needed to stuff him and then put his ruff on. And at that point, I might as well put the rest of the feather tufts on. Oop. And tie that off. And then stick the needle through to bury the thread. That's not going to be enough thread for the other ear tuft. I need to get rid of some of these short little threads. Okay. Oh, not that one. I'm going to start in the center back of this ear as well. That just goes around. Almost done there. Careful. Don't do that. Here we are. Okay, both of his ears are on. I'm going to do his arm tufts next, so that I don't have to fight with the tail not wanting him to lay or sit flat on the table. These guys get a tiny amount of stuffing. They have to remain pretty soft and squishy just because they're gonna be up against his legs right here. So just enough stuffing to give them a little bit of form, but not enough to actually make them feel stuffed. There we go. And there are no seams or anything for this, so I'm just kind of winging it where it feels right. Hmm. I wonder if I should actually put them up a little higher on his legs. No, I do really like it when it's down low. I'm gonna put it back here though, so it gets a little bit squished at a different angle. Instead of doing the like a quarter of the way around, I might try like an eighth of the way from the center back seam there. Yeah, I like that. He still has it on his arm, but then it squishes into his leg like that. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna put that one right there. And that is the right side up. Okay. And about an eighth of the way from that center seam. Yeah, I like the way that looks. Has little feathers squished in between his legs there, but then when you raise his legs, they come out like little wings, little army wings. Okay. So I need to take that pin away. And him on his head so that I can get to the underside of his arm. Now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should have done these little feathers before I did his neck ruff, because that would have let me keep his legs up without fighting the ruff. Oh well, that's for future me to figure out all over again, probably after having done it the same way as this time. Will you just stay standing on your head for me, please? Okay, flip that around. Let's do the top section. Needle across there. Cool. Yeah, squish your leg out of the way. And I can tie the knot at the bottom. That one's done. Okay, the next little leg of fluff. Again, you're going to sit on your head. Ah, stab. I can take that needle out. Ooh, that was a good stab. Okay, that arm tuft is done. I can tie that thread off. Last thing will be his tail. So he's going to be about 4 hours as a project from start to finish on this guy, about 4 hours. Which is pretty much exactly what it took me the last time I made him too, except for I hand sewed his arms to his body rather than putting them in the seam. So I somehow did this one slightly bit slower, or however much it took me to put the legs in, countered how long it took me to hand sew the legs in. Whatever. I would actually prefer to have him with his arms like machine sewn in to there, just because it's a little bit more secure and his legs are going to be the same length. I don't have to worry about putting one higher than the other. And butt time. Okay, there's his tail. Then his tail goes from one side to the other of the dart, but it goes across, I think, not down along the dart. I think I did that last time where I went down along the dart and it just didn't sit as nicely. The next edit I do to this pattern, that like when this little guy sells, the next edit I will do will probably be moving this dart up to where the tail goes so that the tail just goes straight across the dart. Yeah, his tail goes across, not down the dart. Because the dart would be here. And then he'd be like tipped forward, sitting against his tail, not on his butt. So it does go up and across. So the next thing I will do is probably this dart comes down here. I'll probably take it and put it up where the tail goes. So it won't change his shape at all. It will just change where that little cut is. And then I will have a line for where to put his tail so that I don't mix that up. And I'm going to start right at the center bottom of his tail. Stitch that on. That way I just end at the center bottom. That's where the knot will be. I can take that pin away. That's 1/4 of the tail done. Oop, don't do that. Stop. Let go of your thread. Sir. Okay. Couple more stitches and then this owl bear will be done. Hell yeah. Uh, hmm. I might not do the manatees today because all they need is to be stuffed and then stitched up. I might save the stuffing and the stitching for like a evening project just so I can get straight to working on the embroidery for Hornet and for the mom owl bear. I have to do a little bit of editing of the pattern pieces for mom owl bear. And then after that I can set up everything to embroider, and then while the things are embroidering, I can cut out fabric for Hornet and the Owl Bear Mom. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to hold off on the manatees and just finish them up off stream. Or depending on how far I get today, maybe I'll come back to them, but I don't think I'm gonna get to them. Today will probably be just the mom owlbear and hornet for the rest of the day, and then tomorrow I will come back and work more on the mom owlbear. I don't think I can finish her in one day. She was a much longer project than the little baby was. So, yep, 3 hours, 56 minutes on him. Put him right there. He can just sit. You're a little high up. Right there. Okay. Let me drop this into my spreadsheet real quick. Total time. Where is my spreadsheet? Okay. Baby owl bear, 3 hours and 50. The first baby owlbear I made was about 15 minutes shorter time. Slightly quicker to make my first one than this one. I don't remember what I did differently then, other than maybe I was working slow this time. But now I have 2 of them, so they'll get averaged together. I only have 1 hornet. I didn't time how long her capes took me so far, though. Okay, so mom owlbear time. I'm gonna leave baby owlbear here. You can sit on hornet's capes. You're good. These little guys are gonna go in the bin for later. Hornet. I've got all of her pattern pieces here. Don't need these guys. Can clean that stuff up. Put things away. Okay, mom owlbear pattern pieces. I have several bits of pieces in here, so I have to find the ones I want. This is baby bits. Put them all away. This was first draft bits. That's baby bits. These are 150 size. I think I went up to 175 size. I think. I think I made her quite a bit bigger. Well, I can check in my photos. Oh, these are babies. These are baby bits. These are the 150 bits. 150 bits. 150 bits. Baby bits. 150. That's an actual baby bit. Okay. 150, 150. Maybe I did 150. I've got more of the 150 pieces than I do the 175 pieces. Well, No, I think I did the 175. Okay, if I very poorly crop this baby owl bear out, move it up next to the mom owl. Oh, damn. No, I think I did the 175. Because in the 175, her leg comes all the way up to about the eyes. So I think I did that there. Yeah. Okay. So I've got the 175. I don't have all of the pieces for the 175 though. I might have to print some more of those out, but that's okay because I'm already printing out some of the corrected pieces. Like, for example, I don't need this leg anymore. We're doing a different leg. And I don't need this belly anymore because we're doing a different belly. So I need all the face bits. Oh, I don't have anything for her face. Oh boy. And I don't have her front foot. I don't have any of the pieces that I need. My goodness. Oh, I guess I don't need the foot bits because they're going to be in the embroidery machine. Either way. Okay. Coming to the computer. Kicking the computer. Don't do that. And maybe. Okay. Coming over to the computer so that I can do the editing on that file. That means I need to a whole bunch of stuff out of my way. That's more Hornet stuff. I have all of my markers. I will need those to figure out the color bits. And put my timer down there. And pens and pencils go in the pens and pencil bin. Don't need my little tablet, so you're going to go off to the side. Cool. Okay, now I have places for my mouse to actually. Okay. Open the pattern. Okay, so this is my owl bear pattern. And I didn't actually use that top. I changed the top around, so whoops, but whatever. I'm going to just leave it as is. I guess I also want to open up the other one. Okay, so I can copy. Oh, it's only going to show me one Inkscape. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm going to group all these little guys. These are all grouped together. Okay. Those are grouped together. Perfect. I think these are the 150 sized ones, but for now, I just want them out of the way. Okay, so this mess is just going to stay over here. You can come down here. And then up here, whoops. These are all my 175 pieces. I have the body side, so I don't need that. I have the foot, so I don't need that. I need, I think, basically everything else because I have the front leg and the belly, but I'm redoing the front leg and the belly. So that one needs a new pattern piece. This one needs a new pattern piece. I need to print these. Oh, this one needs a new parent piece. No, don't do that. Inkscape. That one needs a new parent piece. I don't know where these pattern pieces went. Don't think I need these ones because this is going to be a embroidery file. Right? Yes. Okay, so I don't need those two because I'm going to embroider those. Right? That's that one there. I think these are the same piece. Or is this one this piece? Might be this piece. That's that piece. Okay. I don't need the small one for the arm or the ear one for the ear. That's fine. And this is the tail. I have the tail bit. I need the paws will be embroidered, but these guys I need to print out because I don't have these ones and they don't get any embroidery on them. Okay, well, I don't know where they got to, but that's fine. This is the new shape. I'm going to duplicate it and move it over, back over here. This one needs to be scaled up. I think that's good. Maybe not. Oh dear. I take this, scale it up. Okay, that is the right size. So why is this one very much not the right size? Was this like the 150 size? Duplicate this small one. Make you 150. Is the 150. That's the 150 size. Maybe I did do just the 150 sized bear then. Owl bear. This is the back foot. There it is. Oh no. Although that's no, that's the front paw. Oh, I don't know what I did here. See, this is why past moose should write notes for future moose. Okay, well, while there's an ad break, I am going to go to Welcome Hatch and see if I can pull up the embroidery files and see what size they are. Because whatever size they are will determine what size I guess I can do in my hoop. Because if these embroideries are the 150 size, then I should just do the 150 size bear. If they are larger for the 175 though, could potentially do that. Okay, so I come over here. This is my embroidery file. How big are you? You are 312 millimeters tall. So I'm looking for something that is you. Okay. Is this 312 tall? You're 320. Okay, so thereabouts. Okay, so my embroidery files are based on the 150 size bear. So I should be doing the 150 size bear, not the 175. Okay, got it. Understood. I think these are all the 175 bits. Well, no, this was 150, same size there. This is 150, same size there. This, the body? That might be my 150 body. Okay. Let me move these guys, what, somewhere. You're the 150, but you're old. I might just copy things and then size them up again. I think that's probably going to be easy rather than fighting with trying to figure out what size everything is. I'm going to just move all these guys over, make a mess of everything, put them there. These are my embroidery bits, so I do know these are the right size at least. Pile them up real nice too. And then these are all of my 100 size bits. So I'm going to duplicate them, move them up to here, and change their size to 150. Okay. I don't need that arm. I do need the new arm and the new body bit there. I've changed the shape of the ruff. So I will have to redo that one in my embroidery program, but I think it'll be okay because I've just kind of stretched it a bit. I don't need that ruff. These go here. What about the arm sizes? Zoom in on these guys. I sized them up a little bit. Interesting. I guess that's fine. I've got a little bit of a gap around it. So if it is too big, I can just kind of adjust as I go. I'll get rid of those. these pieces are already in the embroidery files, so I should be good there. I don't need them. And I need to figure out which of these pieces I have in the 150 size instead of the 175 size. I'll be back over here. I'm going to take care of all the 175s. Pile them up. Go back into my pattern. Pull everything out all over again. 175 bits can go in there. I guess if I'm going to make a dad owlbear, I could do the 3 sizes. Baby, mom, dad. Small one, small one, small one. This is baby, 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 baby. Here's my 150 body. 150 belly that needs replacing. 150 back leg. Arm, foot, face, ear, beak. The leg that needs replacing, the back of the head. More baby bits. The 175 arm. Oh, there it is. Not that I need it now, but I do have it. Baby bits, baby bits, baby bits. There's 150. That's the rough that I'm redoing. 150 and baby arm. Okay. Okay. So the 150 bits. Move you over here. I have a rough that needs to be redone. I have the front of the face itself, the back of the head, the little beak, then I have the body and the foot that goes with the body, right? Yes. Foot that goes with the body, perfect. I need to redo the arm, the belly, and the ruff. I do have the pattern piece for the little arm tuft, ear tuft, the foot, and the arm circles. Okay, so I have all the bits. I just need my new pattern bits to replace them. Okay, so that would be these ones here and the new ruff. Oops. Oop, oop. Yeah, so I just kind of stretched it out a little bit. I'll readjust that. These 3 are not going to fit on one page. Darn. Okay. That would just be much too convenient. I should make them all color coded. Like, make all these guys orange. That's all one size. And all of these I will make dark purple. These guys too. dark purple. And these guys, oh, well, I can't change their color quite yet. You can be a dark purple. Actually, I'm going to make you a light. Oh, that's terrible. Ugh. Yes. I need something that stands out as I'm adjusting the rest. Wait, don't do that. I don't want it to be. We're going to try that. Oh, there, that's what I want. Hmm. Let me get rid of that outline. I can also slice this in half because I don't need any of these guys. Oh, I can also slice. Oh, I can get rid of that. Okay, because I only need half. Close enough. Okay, so that's going to be the half there. I think for this embroidery bit, I'm going to just try to do that. I'm going to just adjust it up like that. Not changing anything about it, just adjusting it. Oops, you there. And if I take that, duplicate it, and flip it across the axis, connect it there. Let me move you, get rid of the green one, delete that. Okay, now I can put you back. Oh gosh. Now I can put you back. Select both of those, go into edit the nodes, fuse those two together, fuse these two together. Now that's all one piece. Now if I take this and I duplicate it, I can add the path effect and offset it. Okay, so that's where the theme is going to be. Ooh. I use Wacom Hatch 2. So right now I'm in Inkscape. I'm just designing the bits. Then I'll transfer them over to Hatch and actually create them there. I think I'm going to change something for this bear. I'm going to, like in the previous bear, this was embroidered the ears on the front and back. I think I'm going to just do the fronts. That way I can put these pieces in the same hoop here. And my big ruff can be in its own hoop on its own there. Oops, let me move this over here a little bit. Okay. Go into here, duplicate, add in an offset. Here, duplicate, add in an offset. Whoops. Well, I didn't want the offset of both of those things. Okay, this offset. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to have just the front of the ears will be embroidered, and then that should be, wow, those ears, did I do that right? I'm not sure if I did that right. Hang on. Oh, I deleted the other pieces. Okay. I'm going to go down to the small ones. Oh, I guess the ears, they are the same-ish size, aren't they? Lock that, make them 150. We rotate you. Huh. Okay, so this is the arm bit, but this one's slightly larger. This is the ear bit. And it's about the right size. Okay. So my arm bits just got large. Well, I can downsize them just a tiny bit, I guess. Hang on. You're being weird, aren't you? Whoa, not that. Okay. I'm gonna just duplicate. You're just the one piece. Duplicate you, flip you here, like that. Okay. I just made them slightly smaller because the arm bits are supposed to be smaller than the ear bits, and they weren't. They were like the same size. I want to duplicate the red and add my new offset. So this is just adding my seam allowance here. Duplicate, add in my offset. There we go. So now I know not to like overlap them. Probably gonna be best. Something like that. I don't need to make any changes to the tail. I do need to do this piece. So this one here, which is this your back bottom piece? I put that on the very bottom. I can add in, nope, that's not what I want. That. Okay. Export just that shape. I want to export this so I can use it as the background in Hatch. Save in Owlbear. This is the Owlbear Rough version 2. BG for EMB. Save. Okay. So that should be there. Now I can come over into Hatch, where this is my original art. Let's do insert artwork. Nope, not Hornet. I don't need her. Owlbear. Just the rough. Okay, so I've changed it up just a little bit. I do want to, I'm going to probably just retrace it by hand, but this piece here, I do like. Oh, I want this. I want this. He's good. Oh, I did it in white. I can't see what these are. Not that one. That one, yes. Not that one. Let me just move all these guys out over to here. Very cool. I zoomed in a little bit too far. Oh my gosh, I'm bad at zooming. Okay. These are my bits. Or this. Actually, I might just take all of these guys, not those two, just these guys. I'm gonna get rid of, oops, I apparently did not grab all of them. All of these and get rid of those. New file. I'm gonna just put them in a new file and temporarily save them here, not as hornets, as owlbear. This is going to be owlbears version 2. Save. Get rid of this. Now I can work on just this stuff. Okay, that's my background. I have to retrace this piece, or I can maybe just drag it out a bit and then edit it. Maybe. This is just the center bits. Ooh, don't do that. I'm gonna make this black, just so I, or maybe not black, red, just so I can see it against the background. We don't need it to be white. This was what? My placement line? This was placement. Okay. That's a placement. This was the zigzags to finish everything up. And that's where I cut. Okay, so we're going to get rid of almost everything. Ooh, I want to be a single. Okay. So I've got 3 bits that I'm keeping. We're going to unhide that. Okay. This here, I'm going to slice in half because I only want to edit 1/2 of it. And now flip it over top. Oof. I'm bad at zooming. So bad at zooming. Can I reshape you? This might just be quicker to trace it. Oh, and I have to put it in the middle here. Whoa. Remove all that. That's actually pretty good. You know what? I think I'm going to just retrace this whole part. We're going to just get rid of that. I'm going to do digitize an open shape, single run line, and I'm going to just do this. I'm not going all the way to the red line here, which is going to be where I stitch, because I have to stitch this by hand. If you can tell your embroidery machine to actually stitch things together for you, but I've been noticing that the last couple of times I've done that, the stitches aren't as secure. You can see them along the edges, and that just bothers me. So I'm going to just kind of make a guideline and then go through and stitch it myself. So I'll trace out like where the shape is, and then I'll just come and stitch right on the inside of each of these lines to give it the actual like stitches it needs. And I'm going to take this, I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to mirror it. So I've got my top and my bottom over here. And this one, bottom one needs to go below the Y. And then theoretically, yep, these two are at 0, 0. Perfect. And I'm going to weld, which fuses them together into one object. Put that up at the top. That will be just color number 1, nice weird green. The next one is going to be the placement of the secondary color. So that goes here. After I place that down, I need another copy of this. Let me just, not that color. This is back down. This one. Hello, Panda. This one is my placement. Yes. This is tack. No, this one. Yeah, sorry. So that one will be my placement. I put the fabric down. And then I'm going to tack it down with a very, very short little stitch. So 1 length. This is just a 2.5. Okay, so that's a regular length stitch just to hold it in place or to tell me where to put it. You can probably do like a 3 on that one. Probably also be a 3. Doesn't need to be super precise. It's just holding things in place. This is going to hold down the main color fabric. This one is going to hold down this little accent color. Oh, I should move this over. There we go. I forgot I have a screen down here in the corner covering over part of my screen. Oops. Probably don't need that there, but I am going to just leave it. It's fine. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Panda? And no worries. I'd be working regardless of if anybody was here or not. So it's totally okay if you're not watching. Okay, so that is going to hold it in place, and then I need another copy of that. This one's going to be a little zigzag. Yeah, you can see the zigzag here now. Ooh, I don't like this place. Oh no, okay. Delete both of those. We're going to go back. We're going to go to this weird pink one. And we're going to edit it. Okay, don't do that. Reshape this. Because I want you to come out here to my yellow line. And you go into the yellow line. You and you also go into the yellow line. Okay, so now it's where it's supposed to be. Now I can duplicate it and do the tack stitch. And this is where it's nice and short. And then I can duplicate that again. And this one's going to be the zigzag with a width of 2. Just this narrow little zigzag on top to hold it all together. Then this is going to be the fancy stitches that cover over everything, and it's at 3.5 width, so it's nice and thick and bold. And then after that, I need to copy this one because I'm going to put down another piece of fabric on top and pin it in place. Okay, those are the pieces I need for this ruff. Oh yeah, how old's your baby now? My sister is pregnant with her second kid. So I'm kind of looking forward to, I'm getting to make another baby quilt soon. Yay. 9 months. Okay. He's still a little guy then. Oops, let me move this back over. Whoop. Bad at everything here. Everything selecting. Okay, that's my bits. And then I get rid of the background, that's what it's gonna look like. I like that. Actually, I guess for this one, let me put this little guideline in here because it needs to be not here. Like this is where I actually like flip it. So that one's going to be, I need to slice this. I need my edit objects. Right, move that over here. Whoop, okay. And I'm gonna just knife through right here. And then I can move it down. Oh my gosh, why are you bouncing? Move it down to here, and I'm gonna slice through here. And then slice through here. Okay. Because I can't stitch those areas. I need to leave holes just so I can flip it and stuff it. Get rid of that. Keep this. Get rid of that. Keep that. Okay, so these, I guess? No, these two, those two should be welded back together. They're not connected in the center then? They're not. Look at this tiny little gap. That's so annoying. Okay, you. Right, you right there. Good enough. Close enough. You. Weld together. Guess you're not fully connected either. Do you just start and end right there? Okay. That's fine. You're going to start here, go around, and then you'll do the purple, which I could have you start and end right there as well. Woo! And then the next one is the yellow. I want you to start and end right here as well. Then the zigzag, also start and end over here. Everybody go back to the center, please. And then for my fancy stitches, I'm going to have you start here. And I want you to end here. Then I do my outline, which I want you to start there. You come around to here and then whoop, go here up to the top there. Okay. I think I have all of my stitches in order. What are you at? You're at 3? Okay, no, we're going to have you go to 2 because I do want you to kind of hold things in place. We're going to save my design. Oh, well, or I will just overwrite it as what I already had. Oops. Save design as rough and this is just Owlbear rough. Libraries have toys. I did kind of know that in that I used to work at a library, but that was also a university library, and they had a program for early childhood education. So we had a lot of toys in the library for that, like being able to bring in the kids to the school and then play with them at the library and like have kids as basically part of the classwork. And then the little local library had a much smaller collection of toys. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Some libraries also allow you to rent out like tools, like just like construction type tools. If you need hammers, nails, well, maybe not nails, that would be not borrowing. You're not giving nails back, but like screwdrivers, drills, things like that, or not our local library, but the one that in the city that I used to live in actually rented out. They had like 3 sewing machines and a loom that you could do. So you could take them out. I think it was a 1-week rental on each of them. And then you could also go in and if you gave them like $1, they would let you print something on their 3D printers. It was really, really cool. And that way your kids get to play with all the cool toys and then you don't have to keep them in your house and you don't have to spend a whole lot of money to buy toys that they're going to get really bored with. I think that's really cool. Just letting you borrow toys. Yeah. Libraries are fantastic. Libraries are a fantastic resource, and I feel like everybody should give them more funding. Every government should just fund the libraries more. Doesn't matter how much they're getting, they need more. They are a fantastic resource for everybody. So look, I got two main toys. Well, this is a great way to get those new toys in and then also get rid of them. I'm going to export this design, not as Hornets. This is going to be back into Owlbear. This is Owlbear Rough as a VP3 file because I have a Viking machine, so it uses VP3. Hopefully that exported correctly. I won't know until I go and try and save it onto a flash drive though, which, oh, I have one with me. Yes. Hell yeah. Okay. Plug you in. My document. Plushies. Owlbear. I'm looking for my files. Rough. Copy. Hey, it worked. Okay. I've got my Owlbear Rough. And now I need to do the Owlbear bits. Design library. I have ears. Or I guess those are the hands. Or the arm roughly bits. These are the ears. Okay, so I'm going to open that up. These are the roughs. The ear roughs. I only need one in each direction. Woo! Bad at scrolling. So these guys I can get rid of. I don't need them. And I can get rid of the background. And this should be the same. I'm going to do the placement, which I'm going to just change the colors up a bit. That's my placement. These are going to be the tack down. Or no, the placement. This is the tack down. And these should actually be two different colors or two different sections. So that's tack down 1. This will be tack down 2. So now they're two different colors. This is color 12. This is color 16, rather than them both being the same like here, because I want the machine to pause in between. Then this is the fancy stitches. And this is the outside. I might want to change this up as well. 1 and 2 here, just to go a little bit on the outside of each of them. Back in Inkscape. Here we go. Coming back over to these guys. This is what I'm making now. I guess I should do this one as well. Duplicate you. I'm going to just change all the little bits here. Oops, not that. I want this. Put you in the bottom, and I can make a white background. Okay, so that's going to be the tail for the background. Can I export you as... Oh, owlbear tail background for embroidery? Yes, export. Perfect. Replace. Fantastic. These guys. Can I make this white? Perfect. nope, 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 nope. This one. White. Yes. Now this one. You white. Oh, well, you're on top. Let's put you below. You white, and you're on top, so let's put you below. Okay, so that's what I want for Owlbear ears and arms. Background for embroidery. Let's export that there. Cool. You can check on the pobs as well. The pobs. Oh, that one's not. Pob BG4EMB. Oh, I already have that. Yes, just overwrite it. You're cool. Okay, so I have all these guys. Now I can go back to Hatch. And I'm going to import that background. Ears and arms. Yeah, see, so I traced this pretty much right on the line here. Besides the fact that the line is not very the same. Close enough. So I might actually want to redo those lines. So I'm going to do this line, reshape. That part's fine. It's outside. So I'm just dragging the nodes around. Oop. This is very like dangerous, fighty music for me dragging little circles and squares and circles stuff around. Like I'm not nearly as heroic as this song is making it out to be. We're gonna get rid of that one. We're gonna duplicate that one and turn it red. Perfect. That one is going to be length 3. This one is going to be length 2. You save? You didn't save the 3. Okay, 3, length 2. Perfect. I think I can do here. Yeah, so I'm going to change your color. You should be 2 steps. I'm making you pause in between. Okay, so that's 1. Then I copy it. And I'm going to flip it, zoom all the way out, and then speedy zoom this across to like somewhere like right here. Perfect. Okay, so now I've got 2 copies. Everything is out of order, but I can put things back together. Here we go. Let's move you up. You're going to be there. So it's going to do this outline and then that outline. And it's going to do this placement and that placement. Then it's going to do this zigzag line or this straight line, this zigzag, this straight line. I want you here. And it's going to do this white. This white. I should turn these just so I can see. Pink. There we go. And it's going to do the outline. Okay. Those are my ear tufts. These guys are my arm tufts. Which were these ones. Let me copy that one, bring it over here. Yeah. One piece of you? Just one piece? Really? Why can't I grab a group? Drag. Ungroup. Thank you. Nope, that's not what I want. Now you're letting me pick up everything. Of course you are. Okay. This is the little arm tuft. I should probably reshape some of these guys as well. Down to here. Because I changed the size of these. I went from large to smaller. That looks good. Piece was that? That was the green one. This is the outline. That's another piece of the outline. That's the white, which I'm going to turn pink. And then I can get rid of that, and we're going to duplicate this one. This is going to be 3 wide. This one is going to be 2, or long. Woo! This is my stabilizer color. What color did I do here? I did color 1. You should be stabilizer color. You are... Oh, I need one new color. We're going to make you purple. How's that sound? The stabilizer color, this is my placement. You are what color? Placement? Yes, placement is color 6. And then I do 7 and 8. Okay. So this will be 7. This one, my little tiny zigzag, will be 8. This one is supposed to be the outline there. This one was color 2, the red outline. Perfect. Okay. I need to put them bad at selecting. Oh, I'm so bad at selecting. I need to copy this onto this one. And then I need to take all of these pieces that keep jumping around on me and put them in order properly. Why would you do this? I don't need that up there. Go away. I need this piece duplicated. And I want to flip it and move it over here. Somewhere like right there. Close enough. Okay, let me get rid of the background. I'm just getting rid of that. So I have it going from this piece here to this one. So now I need it to do this one third. And this one fourth. Then it comes back up here, does 5, 6. This will be 7. And then will be 8. Then we come back to here. We do that one, that one. third, and fourth. These guys will need to change though. So this is number 7. This one actually needs to be number 11, I'm going to go with. This one needs to be number 12. Oh, I guess you guys can't see down here at the bottom, hidden in this row, there's a bunch of colors and they're all numbered. But my camera's on top of them. Oops. Okay, well, I'm still learning how to stream. So this is one color, this is another color, this is another one, and then this needs to be another color. There's number 13. So I'm giving each of these, well, here in this row, it should work. I'm giving each of these a different color number so that essentially 1, 2, 3, 4. So essentially they need to stop and pause in between each one because this is the one that's going to hold down the fabric. But I need to put a piece of fabric underneath these stitches. And if it just goes from each one, like it does this one, it immediately moves on, immediately moves on, immediately moves on. I don't have the time to put the little piece of fabric down. So I need to stop in between each of those. Then when it goes back to doing the zigzags on it, I don't give a shit. It can do all the zigzags it wants, all as one color. That'll be fine. And actually, all of these can be the same color. That can all be an 8, all 8 of them. Then it does these guys. And it'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it will come and it'll do the zigzags on all of them. And it'll do here and here. And it'll do here and here. Welcome back, Pick. And those are all going to be the red ones. I am editing the files for the Owlbear Mom embroideries. I think I have that right. They'll stitch out there. And I'll stitch out here. Oh, I should tell it to change its location. Pause you. Stop. Select everything. Closest joins. Now let's. So this is how it's all going to stitch out. So this is just the tacking down the base fabric. We'll stitch these all down. Then it will come and it'll outline where the center pieces go. Then I take a piece of fabric, put it down, and it's going to stitch around that piece of fabric. I'll put down the second piece, and it stitches around the second piece. Then the third piece. And then the fourth piece. And then at that point, I will pause, put away all the bits, and then put it back in. And then it's going to come around and do a zigzag to hold everything down in place. I guess the zigzag isn't even really necessary because I'll have cut around the edges. So the zigzag is really just to keep it super tacked down. I don't really think I even need that. I might remove the zigzag entirely. Oops. I think I'm going to get rid of these 4. No zigzag. So we go back up, it's gonna hold everything down. And then instead of zigzagging, I'm gonna just put my water-soluble stabilizer topper on it. There we go. And then it's going to do these stitches. Whee! Zig, 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 zig. Of course it's gonna do that. Well, okay, I have to readjust where it is because I don't like when it ends right in the middle of a shape there. I want it to start and then end. The little man is dipping. Yeah. Yeah, see, okay, so two of them there, and then it'll outline each. Okay, we're gonna come back into here and we're gonna reshape. We're gonna start here and we are going to end here. The next one, we're going to start and end there. Start and end is fine. And then we want to end right there. Perfect. I liked everything else about it. So these are going to be the ears, and these are going to be the little arm tufts. I'm only doing embroidery on one side of it. Save that and export design as ears and arm embroidery. Oh, so on the ruff, I don't think I need that zigzag there either. I'll have that. This can be the exact same color. So it'll do the outline and the placement. And then I'll put it down. It'll stitch it in place. This is the part that I hold on to. I cut away the extra. It does the fancy stitches. Then it'll do the outline trace. And it's done. Okay. So I have my ruff. I have my ears and my arms. I need the pobs and the tail. Oh, the tail is perfect. Look, I already traced it outside. So I don't really have to do much to that. I will change my colors just to have them match everything else, but that's my stabilizer color. This is my placement. So it's also going to be the stabilizer color. This is my placement or my tack down. So I can tell it to be tack color. This is the zigzag I'm going to get rid of. This is the fancies, which is slightly larger, just 3.5. And I'm going to make that just pink or maybe purple. And then that's just going to be the red outline. And I'm going to make it 2. So the tail's done. I don't have to change the tail at all. I am going to export it though as the tail. Yes. Let me check in my files. Are you good? Oh, the ruff didn't save properly. Okay, so ruff, file, port. One more try. Yes, replace. Okay, now it's saved properly. Ruff and tail. And I have the ears and the arms. And then I just need the pobs. The little pobs. And they're just kind of gonna do their own thing, I think. The only thing I was contemplating is, do I want to do something like that. I would have to rearrange everything because they overlap, even if I do it small. Yeah, okay, so I won't be doing any of that. So the pobs are done. Let me check. You're gonna start and end there. Start and end and did you freeze? I don't like it when you freeze. I don't think you should freeze at all. Come on back. Back. Good. Okay. So the pobs are good. Do I already have the pobs? Did I export them? Are they saved? I do. Maybe. Well, I'll export them anyways because they're not transferring. Right. File. Export design. As pobs. Yes, it exists. Yes, I want to overwrite it. There we go. Now it's saved over properly. Okay. Add a new folder for owl bears on this flash drive. Okay, everybody is saved now. For some reason, I have the gelatinous cube files on this flash drive, not just the embroidery files, like the actual design files. That's odd. Okay, that should be everything I need to do for the embroidery. I do need to keep these guys up just so that I can see the size of the fabric that each of them are going to need, which I have to do change from metric to US measurements. So this is going to be like 6 by 14-ish, maybe a little bit of extra just to give me some wiggle room, but I have the sizes of the actual embroidery up here. Now I can go back to my table because I need to I need to print things out from Inkscape, my two pattern bits. Print pages, custom pages 1 to 2. Setting. Draft quality in black. In paper, yeah, not glossy. That was for stickers. Okay. Print. Let's see if my printer actually works. Because these three I no longer need. I do need these guys. I won't actually need these pattern bits because everything is going to be. Oh, I have a tail. Okay. I don't have the tail piece, but whatever. Um, I can print that out later since it's going to be embroidered anyways. I don't actually need it, but to have it would be nice. I'll print that out at a later day. Those pieces can go in there. Let me go grab those off the printer. Hopefully it worked. Vaguely. Something is weird with Inkscape and my printer, and I don't know if it's my specific printer or if it's Inkscape or what, but every once in a while it just decides it's going to change the line weights. So even though these were the same weight, this one is super thin and this one's normal. Just changes them on me for no reason whatsoever. I like the thick chunky lines just because they're easier to cut out. Printer does not. There we go. There's the top of the belly. There's the bottom of the belly. And an arm. I'm going to just cut across the top because I messed up the pattern when I was making it. I did not fold that top part properly. Basically, it needs to fold on this line to make it the back of the arm. And then these two top layers are supposed to line up properly, but I didn't do that right. So I have too much of an angle here. It should have been a little bit flatter. So I'm going to just change that out. It doesn't matter at all because the top of the front is really what I care about. And just do that. And cut across. There we go. So that's the actual angle that I was supposed to have. I cut off just the tips of each side. Slightly off on my angling. Put that shit in the recycle bin. Okay. Baby Owlbear is leaving now because I need the space to cut out fabric. Hornet's capes can go over with Baby Owlbear. Don't need those. Same with all of my pattern bits in the little bags there. Okay. And for my pattern bits, I am going to be color coding them. Not that I have all the colors here because some of them are going to be in the machine, but the belly is the light color, which I don't seem to have my light color marker. Where'd you go, marker? What? Marker? You betray me. Okay, here we go. The belly is the light color. Did I put away the footies? I did. I put away the footies. Okay. Where is the medium color? Ooh, how did I do this? I have face and belly being the same color. Then the back of the head and the body are one color. And then the ruff is actually two medium colors. Fascinating. Okay. I might need more markers. I don't think these are good enough. Okay, so I have a medium color. I need two medium, a dark. Do I have more browns? What brown colors do I have? And are they going to be unique? I need some scrap paper. And grab that back out there. I need these to be visually distinct, like those two are too similar. That's a good medium brown there. This looks black. That is black. Well, the beak was going to be a black. That's fine. That's also black. And that's my darkest brown. Okay. So these are going to be my two medium browns. This is going to be my darkest brown. I'm going to put those guys away. Medium browns I'm saving for when I've got the other bits of the pattern cut out, which I haven't yet. This is going to be the darkest brown. Put all those pins on there, but I don't need my pins right now. Move them out of the way. So for the actual pieces to be cut out, I just need the darkest brown and the lightest brown. And going to be Owlbear 150%. Tummy lower. Owlbear 150% tummy upper. Here we go. These will all get cut out after the embroidery begins. So they can be out of the way for now. This was my super dark brown marker. I don't need that anymore. I do need my two medium browns. And now I need to find the colors I'm going to use. This is where I start my Owlbear timer. What colors am I going to use? Let me play in my closet bits. What is my darkest brown? Well, I need black for the little snoot. Where is my darkest brown? Oh, well, that would be chocolate brown, and I am almost entirely out of chocolate brown. I have a remnant. Did I buy that one? I don't think I bought chocolate. I bought whatever this is. None of these are browns. This is a nice brown. That could be a face brown. I have this, which is like a mushroom brown. I probably won't be using that one. And that might have been all of my new acquirings. Okay, so I have to get up to the brown section. Oop. It is indeed mama time! As soon as I figure out which colors I want to use for her. Let's see, what are you? You are just Shannon Brown. Cool. You're kind of dark. Are you chocolate? Oh, coffee. How coffee? You know, I might use coffee then as my dark brown. I'm pretty sure that I used chocolate brown the first bear that I made, but I'm almost out of this. Like, that's just remnant chunks. I don't think I'm going to have enough for an entire body out of this. So I might do her body in Howl chocolate or Howl coffee, which seems to be my next darkest brown that I have. The next one would probably be just brown. I think I'm going to do her body in coffee. And that's a nice, like, saturated color too. So I probably won't use either of these, which are desaturated. I'm going to go with these super saturated colors. I do kind of like whatever this one happens to be for her face. I don't remember where I wrote it. I wrote the names down on my new fabrics, but I don't remember where. Woodland. I might do woodland for her face then. Put these two away. These two go back in the bag for being labeled later. What are you? Autumn? Ooh, I like autumn with that too. That's a good combo. And I need one other color to go with that medium. What are you? Ow. You are full of pins. That's what you are. Oh, I've got a second woodland. And a second autumn, because I am so good at buying the exact same colors. So I'm definitely going to use woodland and autumn, because I have chunks of that twice. But I still need one more color to go with these. This is my lightest. This is my mediumest. This is my darkest. I need one more to go right here. Unless, I guess, if I do use my chocolate. If I do the feathers super dark, so her body would be like, this is her face, this is her body, these are her feathers. I could probably do this as just the accent colors. I probably have enough for that. I think I'm going to do that then. Face, body, feathers, accent on feathers, beak. Although I might just do her beak in chocolate brown because that's so close anyways. And then that keeps her within the color scheme. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, there's my 4 colors. Put that black back because always put things away properly the very first time. Oh no, wait. What is this? I don't know what your color is, but you exist. You're a little bit yellowy looking. Putting you in with those, you look yellow. Okay, or green. We're not going to use you. You're a lovely color, but no. What color are you? Caramel. Okay, caramel we're not using. Okay. Lightest, mediumest, my 2 darkest for the feathers. Which will be different from the last time I did it where she was the darkest with medium feathers. But it's fine. I didn't write it down, so it doesn't count. Okay. For the embroidery, I need pobs. The pobs select what size. You are 7.3 by 6. So 7.3 becomes 8. 6, 8 becomes 7.5, goes up to 8. So 8 by 8 probably. I'm going to do 8 by 8 in woodland for the pobs. And I need to write these things down. Because I am good and I always write things down for future me. Mama Owl Bear, 150%. Pause, 8 by 8 in face color. Do I have... So I've started a new thing. Instead of the way I keep little swatches of colors, which are like little 1 by 1 cubes, I'm making a change. So here's my book with the cubes. I do something like this. This is what I've had with little bits taped in. I'm changing it up because I can't compare colors next to each other. So I've instead cut much larger bits out and I've stapled them to index cards. That way I can compare and contrast them against each other. So if I'm trying to decide on blues, I can just pull them out and look at them next to each other. So I'm going to do that, and I need to cut a 3x5 of each color as I use it, so long as I don't already have it cut. So I have taupe and autumn. Okay, I already have autumn, but I need woodland. I'm basically making study cards, little cheat sheet study cards for fabric, I guess. I don't think I'm going to need this piece at all, this giant ass piece. Just this bit. Okay, I need an 8x8 and the 3x5. Which direction do you brush? You brush this way. Okay, let's unfold you. I think I'm going to just cut it out of here instead of fighting with it. So the pobs. Let me move these guys out of the way. Pile everything on top of my computer again. You go down which way? You go down this way. Eight. 8x8. This is the fabric for the pobs, for the embroidery. I have a chunk where I can take a 3x5. I'm going to take it out right there. 3x5. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That chunk right there. You fold there. Okay. Just fold. Will you please? Please be good. Nice. Oh, when you say you're back, Pick, are you back from the DMV? And how did that go, if so? Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Well, that's annoying. Well, okay. Yet another thing to schedule and pay money for. Okay. Another card. My. Ooh, ooh, knocking everything over. Whoa. Okay. All I wanted was a stapler. Really? You're gonna get stuck? It's so annoying. You are the world's worst stapler. Yeah, you absolutely are. Did this all last time too. Tools. Ah, I guess I will not be stapling it together today. Okay, you done with that staple? I'll try again. Take two. Thank you. Oh my god. World's worst stapler. What are you causing issues with this time? Huh? Why? What's wrong with that staple? Just to say you didn't like it? Thank you. Yeah. This is Shannon Brand. Perfect. Okay, put that in the pile. I'm gonna have to subtract a bit of time from my total count here. That's fine, it's whatever. Gonna just drop that fabric over out of the way. Ah. Next one is going to be, let's do the tail next. The tail is going to be in those dark colors, and that has to be 5.4 by 8.6. So 5.5 goes to 6.5. 8.6 goes to 9.5, maybe 10. I do 6 by 10. Think would be good. Tail is 6 by 10. That is a landscape orientation. And then the center bit is going to be how wide? 6.2, so 7-ish by 4.1, so 5, so 7 by 5. Also going to be in landscape. And which colors were these? So the tail is going to be a light color, the dark color. Okay. Oh, actually, let me just write all those down because then I can cut all of my lights and darks at the same time there. The ruff. The ruff needs to be 14 and a half, so I'm going to do 15 tall. By how wide? 5.6, so 6.5 to 7, 7 by 15. Portrait style there. And then that little accent bit needs to be 10, 4.5, 5 by 10. Tail ruff, and then the ears and arm embroidery. That whole piece is going to be 6.6, so 7.5 to 8. 9.5 to 10.5 by 11, so 8 by 11. That way. And each of these is going to have their own little bit. They are going to be the 4.5, 3.5 to 4.5 wide, 4.5 wide by 3 by 4.5, so 3 by 5. I need 4 of those. Okay, there's my embroidery bits. Already cut out the arm bit. In chocolate brown. I need 5 by 7, 5 by 10, and 3 by 5 by 4 of them. Oof. Maybe I will have enough here. Which way you go down? You brush down. You brush down in this direction. Do I have any scraps of chocolate brown? That's pinks and purples. This is my browns. Okay. Do I have chocolate brown scrap? I don't think that's going to be big enough. That one might be. That's just brown, not chocolate brown. That's a chocolate brown. That's brown. Where are you? You are chocolate, but you are too skinny. You are too small. I don't think you're gonna work either. You are not. You're just 3.5. What are you? You're gorgeous. Are you coffee? You are. You're coffee. Okay, well, I can use you later on. That's still too small. That was just brown. You have a pin stuck in you. We're taking that out. That's dangerous. I bet you're still coffee. You are coffee. Okay. So I've got a couple more bits of coffee that I can potentially get some bits out of. 3 by 5, that's index card size. That might work. That one will work. Actually, I could probably just get my index card piece out of that. Hey. Because I do need a index card worth for my new swatch book, which is not going to be a book, it's going to be a swatch container, I guess. Okay, that can go over out of the way. This I need another 3 by 5. Right, yeah, because these are going to be 3. Technically, I only need a 2 by 3.5. I don't think I can get another one out of there though, so I might just cut it a little bit bigger and be good. There's 2. Can I get something out of there? 2.4 by 2. Maybe. I'll hold on to that one. I think that's 3 of them that I need. Now I need a 5 by 7 and a 5 by 10. I can get the 5 by 10 out of the top section there. 5, 10. 5 is right there. 5 is right there. Okay, 5 by 10. 5 by 7. 5. There's my 7. 5 by 7, 5 by 10, and then a couple of these chunks. 1, 2, possibly 3. That might have one in it. Little 3 by 5 area. I think this is going to work. And yeah, I'll take this chunk as well. I'm not going to keep that little piece. So this chocolate is now entirely a remnant. That's going to get stuffed in the bin. That's all of the super dark bits that I need. Those are all my super dark bits. Now I need my medium dark bits, which are going to be Howl Coffee. And I need a 6 by 10, 7 by 15, and 8 by 11. Well, that's definitely not big enough. Are you big enough for anything? What are you? You are 6. You are actually 8. Yeah? You're 8? You are 8. Ooh, 8 by, are you 11? 11 to 20. You are. Oops, but you're cut there. But you're 8 by 11. Fantastic. Okay, so there's my 8 by 11. And this is going to go with the little 3 by 5s that I've cut, which are just the bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully, out of those 5, I will have 4 that work. So these are the arm tufts. That's done. Let me put that in a little pot here. And I need the ruff and the tail. This is not big enough. Ooh, but I do need a 3 by 5, and that's probably big enough for a 3 by 5. Okay. Oh, I need to put coffee here before I forget. Well, this is Shannon chocolate brown. Ah, good. Thank you. Fantastic. Chocolate brown, done. This will be Howl coffee. So I need 6 by 10 and 7 by 15. Well, that's 6 right here, but I need it to be 10 across. Damn it. Where are you? Oh, you were 10 wide here. Okay, so I can get my 6 by 10 out of this chunk. And then my 7 by 15 I'll probably just take over there. 5, 6. And this is 9.5. I might just take it off to the end to straighten it up here. That's going to be fine. Yeah, let me just throw my ruler onto the ground. That's cool. This is my 6 by 10. And 6 by 10 for the tail. I need the 5 by 7 here for the tail. And then I need the 7 by 15 for the ruff. Where do I want to take that from? This right here is 15. I could take it this chunk, but then I'll have a very narrow, this little guy down at the bottom. I think I'm going to take it from here. The 15 would come to here. I will waste this little chunk, but I think that's going to be better than wasting the other side. That goes in the bin to maybe find a use later. I was thinking I want to have more examples of things that I can make. So one of the things I need more examples of are like little OCs or like persona type characters. So I think I'm going to have to just like be creative and come up with some OCs of my own kind of thing and just like make them. 7, 15, yes. So what I might do is just figure out what color scraps I have and then make characters in those colors with just like stripes and spots and everything to kind of use up scraps and also show off what I can do. So I have lots of browns, so I might do some like deer or wolves kind of thing in natural brown colors, but non-natural stripes because I need to use up the small tiny bits. Okay, this was Howl Coffee. That can go away. Yeah. These two. Woo! Smack everything around. This is going to be for the ruff. That's my 4 embroidery bits. I'm going to cut out my 3x5 from here for the Howl Coffee. Rid of that. Stapler, let's see if you can do this one. Nice. There we go. Coffee. I can add that into my colors. Yay. I like this idea of having them all on little cards so I can compare and contrast them. This will also help when I need to buy things because I can just grab it and go with it and make sure that it's like the actual color that I need. Little bits I don't need anymore. Okay. Time for embroidery. The Roth is a 360-200 hoop. The ears are 260-200. The pobs are 260-200. The tail is 240-150. Okay, what stabilizers do I have and what do I need? I have a 240-150. So that is for the tail. I don't have anything else. 12 by 20 for the large ones. My 260-200 hoop. What do you use? 12 by 16. Okay. 260-200. I need 2 of these. I'm going to use my 12-inch stabilizer. Yep. So 16-16. And then I need a 12 by 20. I can get these all situated up, and while they are embroidering, I can start cutting out other things. 16. 12 by 16. 12 by 16. And large stabilizer. 12 by 20. This is 20. Here's my 12. Okay, what do I do first? I think I'm going to start with the pobs. Let me turn on Thomas for embroidery. And embroidery camera, there we go. Hello, Thomas. Good morning. I need your hoops from behind you. Woo. 10 by 15 stabilizer for here. Are they hatched or birthed? What came first, the owl bear or the egg? I want to believe that they come out of eggs because I think that would be adorable. But I am also very bad at D&D lore, so I don't know for certain. I just know that our DM did not let us have an owl bear for our party, even though we named him. He was Tim. He could have joined us. We loved him. But no, Tim would have made our party overpowered. Fully unfair. 8 by 8. So centered here. I want it to go up. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there. I need the water soluble topper for this. This is going to be cut at 9. Yellow pins, which are crazy all over the place here. Ah. Okay, that should be good for the paws. What color did I do the paws? Did I do them a lighter color the first? I think I did them lighter. Okay, so paws in a lighter color. Ooh, or do I want them to try and match? Color was I was going to use autumn. What color is this? This is the belly color. Oh, so that's already my lightest one. That was woodland, I think. Yeah, so woodland is already my lightest one that I'm doing. Okay. I was going to say, do I want it to match the lightest color? Do I want to find something that would match that? But this is already the lightest color. So that's annoying. I have all these cool ideas, and then it turns out I have no ideas. Whap! Running into everything. I think I'm going to use this lighter gold-ish color. That's going to be wicker. Yeah, I'm going to use wicker for that. Because if I run out of wicker, I have a local quilt shop that sells more of the Robeson Anton colors. I can get more of it. The first time I made the owl bear, I made the paws, and halfway through, I ran out of the color, and nobody had a matching color. And Joanne's was like gone, so I couldn't even go back and get it there. It was so annoying. Okay, but this should be good. I'm going to use wicker. This is going to go in here. Woo! Underneath you there. We're going to select my files. Owl bear files. One has the pobs. Those are the pobs. Drop them in. Oh, really? It doesn't fit in that hoop. Oh, that's annoying. Which one goes in the 24150 hoop then? Was it the tail goes in the 24150? The pobs have to be in the 260-200 hoop. I hooped it to the wrong thing. I'm a professional. Try this again. Okay. Redo my line. There's my center. 1, 2, 4 up. 1, 2, 3, and 4 down. Okay. Take 2. Okay. Now we can do the pobs. Making the beans. You go there. Let's get out of the way. Bob. Do your wiggles. Good wiggles. Okay. I'm going to stand and watch and make sure that he doesn't hit any of the pins, because you're not supposed to put pins in hoops. Like this is bad. Don't do that. I just want to make sure that he's not going to hit anything. Bye. Very cool. Okay, the rest of the pob should be inside, so those beans are good. This hoop was for what? The tail? I think the tail maybe? That's more or less still centered, so we're good there. Which one was the tail? The tail was the 6 by 10. This is 10. This is 10 by 6. Okay, so this is my 6 by 10. So right there should be the tail. Let me make sure that that goes the right direction. And actually, I'm going to have. Oh, Thomas, you're not. Hang on. Oh, look at what you're doing. No, we don't do that. How's that? There. Thomas is more interesting than me, so he gets to be the center stage. I am gonna just do the slowest speed. One up, two. Okay. And just let him do his thing while I'm over here on the tiny screen. Because I think he's more interesting than me right now. I'm going to just be cutting things out and trying to figure out which direction fabric needs to lie. What? Thomas? What? Bobbin? Oh my gosh. Okay. Fine. We'll fix your bobbin and then you'll do your embroidery. I don't have any full bobbins for you. Okay. We can make you a bobbin and then you can do your embroidery. Ah. Thomas. Here's my bobbin thread. There we go. Bernard is actually going to make the bobbins for Thomas because I don't have to unthread Thomas that way. Yeah, okay, you were low. I'll allow it. Hmm. Okay, good. And you're all good at the actual stitching bits, right? I want you to hold your thread like this for me if you can. Appreciate that. And let's go. Okay. Now Thomas can do his thing, and I'm going to make him an extra bobbin just in case. Okay. Okay, Thomas now has 2 extra bottoms for when he runs out next. Him's all good. I need to go back to Welcome Hatch to see the tail goes that way. Okay. Tail is all ready to be embroidered. That can go next to Thomas. I need my giant hoop out from underneath him. And my giant stabilizer. That is going to be for the rough. The rough is the 360 200. Rough is the 715 510. And it also goes down this direction. Okay. Let's see, here's my center line. Seven and off. 7, so 3.5 to 3.5. Okay. There we go. So that's for the rough. I cannot hoop the ear tufts yet because that'll be my 260 200 hoop, and that's the one that Thomas up there is currently working on. I only have one of those hoops. I did not want to buy a second one. They're very expensive, and I hardly ever use that. I have 2 of the large ones and 2 of the small. I don't have 2 of the mediumist ones. Okay, while that is going though, I can cut out the autumn parts, which is going to be the mediumist ones. Autumn and woodland are going to be the bodies. The woodland is here. Autumn is here. That's going to be all of those guys. And this is going to be chocolate brown, which I need to cut out afterwards. Okay. So those are the colors there. Oops, we're on to, oh no, that's just another paw. Okay, well, sure. Cut your thread if you need to. Autumn. I didn't cut the, did I? Let's see. I do have autumn already cut. Okay. So I don't need a swatch from the autumn. I just need to cut out the bits. The nice big bits. That doesn't quite fit. Oh, so close to fitting though. Does this fit? It do. Okay. Well, almost. It do. I'm gonna put that there. Hmm. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna have big chunks of wasted fabric out of this piece. Um, but the alternative is to keep this one and then cut chunks out of the other one. So either way, I'm gonna have chunks. Where is my black marker? I have multiple black markers. Let's see if this is going to be dark enough to draw on autumn. Do I not have holes? I don't think I drew holes. These ones have holes in them. This one does not. Okay, pokey stick. Where did you go? I put you away. I think I might just go across the top and leave this small narrow bit there. I'll just put all my bits across the top and have this like 3-inch strip along the bottom. Ah, I wish I could get the foot out of there. Is there anything else I can put in this spot? Yeah, okay. Whoops, don't do that. Very rude. That doesn't have a hole. Okay, my 2 inside legs done. Uh, no, I think I'm gonna put these guys away. I'm gonna put the faces right here. Don't think I need my pokey stick anymore. I know. Bad at drawing dots. Bad at drawing dots. There, and the face. Done with those ones, done with the head back. I can take care of both of them. Get rid of them. This one here. And then the last little leg. Thomas is on foot number 3 of 4. Body dots there. Done with that pattern bit. And the leggy. Ooh. Okay, that's all the pieces from Autumn. We cut them out. Whew. This is going to be a real funky looking piece. Whew. I have this very long little bit on the bottom, but a nice piece overall still. That'll be fine. I can put that away. And if I end up making scrap characters, I will probably use that very long bit for some stripes. There's my autumn. Next up, I wanted the witch color woodland for the belly and the face. Goes down that way, so I'm cutting off of this side. Watch out for the pins. For this, I only need the face and the belly, I think. Because I've already got the paws. They're being embroidered. This is just face and belly. That shouldn't take up too much space. Let me do maybe something like this. Hell yeah. That's really good. Nice. I do need to do some stabs. Not that that one really needs one, but it's fine. Oh, you know, I do need one right here. I do need that stab. Black marker again. No, those were on purpose stabs. That was me stabbing uh the fabric or the pattern to put a hole in it so that I can draw a dot. Those were purposeful stabs. The rare like wanted stab. That way I can put tiny little dots on the fabric right where the eyeballs need to go and right at the edges of the darts. There we go. So the stabs of the face. Woo! The tummy bit. That's the midline on the tummy. And then the secondary. Hmm, drop the cap on the marker. Ow. Okay. Ooh, I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I need to swap out microphones. Okay. There we go. Now, hopefully, the microphone won't die and I just talk into the ether. Oops, there we go. I guess I don't need to keep that little triangle. That's fine. Ah, release. Release the fabric. Okay, those are done. Where did I put the other pile? Oh, in the back corner. Okay. That's the belly bits there. What other bits do I need? No, because all of the dark colors are cut out already for the ruffs. Okay, so that's all I need to cut out of the owl bear. Let me fold up my fabric. Yeah, fold you in too. Okay. This one was Woodland. I haven't signed, right? That's chocolate brown. Where'd Woodland go? There it is. One more paw. Okay, Woodlands can go away. These guys can actually be cut out now. I thought I had more, so I was like, well, I'm going to just set them aside, and then when everything is cut out, I will go through and actually release them from the fabric. But apparently I don't, so that's cool. I will still have a lot more to do cutting wise with the embroidery bits once they are all embroidered and finished. Each of the little accent colors will need to be cut around to get rid of all the extra fabric. And then after they are done, they need to be sewn together, like double check sewn together on the sewing machine, not the embroidery machine. And then after that, cut out of the rectangular fabric. Okay, so baby owl bear overall was like 4 hours something, I think. What was my baby owl? Baby owl bear took 3 hours, 56 minutes. Yeah, so baby owl bear was 4 hours. Mom owl bear is already at an hour 25, and I haven't even gotten all of her bits cut out. Eh, okay, got a couple of darts here. Oops. But other than that, owl bear is now cut out. Oh, okay, I thought he was done. He's not. He's moving on to the next paw. So close to done, Thomas. So close. I'm going to pause my owl bear timer right now because that's done for now. I need to get out white fabric. That one, this white. Because Hornet's face is embroidered on white. And what is Hornet's face? Open. Hollow Knight Hornet face. Her face is 5.5 by 5.5. So I think I'm going to cut a 6.5 by 6.5 for her. He's doing what? Thomas is good. Which way do you brush down? You brush down that way. What is this? That's a 6, but I really want 6.5 by 6.5. I can't do that there. I think I'm actually going to take this out of the top part, which I don't usually like doing, but I just kind of want to do 6.5 across. 6, 12, 18-ish. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a chunk out of right there. Well, there's my half. So 1.5, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.5 to here. 18.5. So like right here. Woo. Six and a half. 6.5. 6.5. 6.5. Oh, I was just shy. There we go. So that'll be the 3 for Hornet's Face. She uses the 241.50. 241.50 hoop. Okay, so I will have to get 241.50 fabric or stabilizer. Okay, Thomas has finished the toe beans. Thank you, Thomas. This is why you are Employee of the Month. Hold that up for now. I am going to be cutting more of Hornet's Face out of there, but I need space over here now. I'm going to take back the toe beans, start the mom timer. That out of the way. Okay. There's my beans. The fancy little beans. For the next one, I'm going to do the tail, I believe. Put that in there. I do need a darker thread. That matches chocolate that goes on top. Oop, we can go back over to Thomas actually. Going to do your wiggles of the obs. Tail. Yes. No? Not the right. What in the world? 241.50? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thomas was like, you want to use your 200, 260 again? And I was like, no, I don't. I want 241.50. because that's what I've hooped up. Okay. I can take away the wicker or the wicker thread. And I'm going to give him whatever this color is. Dark, dark, dark brown. It's that. And he's going to do the outline first. I'm going to sit here and make sure that the outline touches. Yes, okay. Oh, they got real close to the edge there. Okay. Then I put this here. And I hold it in place so it does not shift. Okay, and then I need him to cut both threads, not just the top thread, because this comes out of here. And I need to cut off all the extra. Oh, you know what? I didn't cut the top pieces for any of these. Ah, I just did them one-sided. Well, fudge. Okay, I am not done cutting fabric out for the owl bear mom. Okay. Ugh, I'm definitely a professional. I know what I'm doing. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. Whoops. Oh, I'm bad at pinning too. Good. Better. Okay. Got the topper stabilizer on there. So now I can take it back to Thomas and let him work on that while I pull out my medium brown again because I completely forgot to cut out a top for each of these pieces. Okay, you do your thing. And I need to get, what color was that? I have no idea what color that was. Autumn? Medium. I need to get my medium. Was coffee. I need to get coffee. And red mark. There we go. Pause, I don't need a backing. Pale, I do. Times two of those. The rough, I need two. The tough, I need two. Eesh. Okay, let me move this out of the move out of the way temporarily because I need to cut some chunks out of here. I think I'm going to start right here. I need a 6 by 10, a 7 by 15, and an 8 by 11. Well, what is this? This is 7. 7 by 15. Can I do 15? 15's right here. I lose that little spot, but I think that works. Six, 7, good. 15. 7 by 15. I need 8 by 11 and 6 by 10. N goes to there. Oof. I was trying not to cut that off, but I might have to. 10 plus 11. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut that off. And I can just basically do a straight all the way across there. That goes towards the scrap bucket. Dump that over there. 6 by 10. 8 by 11. And move this out of the way. Whoops. Or just throw things on the ground. That's cool too. 6, 10, 8, 11. Hmm. 8, 11. 7, 8, 8, 11. Eight 11 was which piece? 8, 11 was for the tuft. Okay, so that's going to go in this pipe. 6, 10. 6, 10. There we go. Okay, now I have all the fabric I need cut out. I just give that to him there. Okay, that's my coffee. Whole coffee. I don't have a yard of that. I have much less than a yard. Ow, stab. Rude. A quarter yard remains of the coffee. Ooh, that might actually be good. So I already have a color that I need to get from Howl. And I think you need to get 3 yards in order to like maximize the price of shipping. I think 1 to 3 yards is all the same price in shipping. So if you get 3 less per piece, technically. So that would be good if I get coffee and golden. That's 2 of the 3 I need. Okay, and then I can pause my timer again because I am no longer cutting things out for Mama Owl Bear. I'm moving on to Hornet. That's this white here. I'm going to see if I can cut something out of that top little section there. Where did her pattern go? Pollinite Hornet. Cool. Head and her little horns. The rest of her is black. But I need 3 of each of these. That one's too long, but I can definitely come in here and cut these out. And I'm pretty sure, oops, it goes down this way. Yep, down this way. I'm pretty sure that will be at my 6.5, so I can just cut all the way across. Cool beans. One, 2. Three. Ooh, I can't get that 4th one out of there. Boo. I can't even get it. Just barely. I could get a 4th one out that way. I'm only making 3 hornets right now. I think I'll cut an extra one out just in case. Because otherwise, that's just scrappy bits. I do have enough red fabric for 5 red capes. So cutting out 4 right part of her head horns would not be a terrible thing. I don't think I have any scrappy bits of large white bits. I think that's the wrong color. That's the wrong direction. That one's no, no. Yeah, no. Okay. I don't know where I put my cutter. Where did it go? Oh, by the computer. Of course it is. That's exactly where it goes. Thomas is done. Yay. Okay, I'm going to start that timer back up and head over to him because this next part I need to hold. I'm going to take these pins off for him. Fine. You know what? It's fine. Yeah, I didn't want you to rip that. There's that, and then I hold this in place. Okay, he's done with that tail. Fantastic. Now, I don't even have to leave here. We're going to have him do his wiggles. We're going to move the tail and go to the rough. That is the 360-200. Oh, that's some whatever. It's fine. You can have strings if you want strings. This goes here. You're going to start right there. No, you're not starting right there. You're going to start right here. Thank you. You're just being weird about your strings. Check and see. Where is this edge? Okay, so I have enough there for you. Okay, I just want to make sure that I have enough fabric underneath everything. Up. Yes, good. Okay. All set. You go right there. And you're going to stitch that down. Oh, you lost your thread, dude. You have no issues with that? You're fine? You're going to just keep going? Gonna try that again? Okay. Take two, right? Yeah. That looks much nicer. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that was definitely worth cutting your thread and then moving a millimeter. about that. Are you gonna go fix it? Oh, you are? Okay. Good right there then? Now I hold this in place. Okay. Got both threads, top and bottom. Pull this out of there. Bring it back over to the table. Oh, I was supposed to be. Wait, was I? I was counting that time. Okay, good. Phew. And then I can get rid of all this extra bits. Okay. There is that little dark spot for the rough. Let me get the water soluble stabilizer for it. Is it going to be wide enough? Well, it will if I go and put it on an angle. Perfect. Yes. I gotta bring this to the edge of the table so that I can hold it in place while I pin it. Come on, pin. Oh my. Let me move this just a little bit more. Okay, that has got its stabilizer on top. I can give that back to Thomas. Ugh. Set him up to start. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. The long string. You good now? Ah. And then I can pause my timer because he's just doing his thing. Okay. So I got 4 of the front horn bit for Hornet. Goes down this way. So I need more horn bits and that horn bit. I'm gonna do one right here. I'm gonna put a second one right here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one wasn't gonna fit there anyways. Okay. This one I can put here though. That works. And I need one more of these reversed. And then that one would fit right there. Or do I put that there? No, okay. That one has to go here. Uses up most of the space. I need one more of these. I wonder if it would just be best to put that right there and then continue along here. Because I need 2 more of each side of the head to back. Out of the way. Get all my stuff put away. If I put her reversed horn right there, 2 more of those, and then flip and 2 more of those. Yeah, it's not going to be the best use of space. Ah. But that's all 3 of the reverse horn. Congrats on your freedom, Rogue. I am planning to continue working today until all of the embroidery bits are done, because that means I can then wash them out overnight and be good to like sew with them tomorrow. Ooh, wait a minute. Because I still have to wash the bodies afterwards. Maybe I won't wash them out then. Well, I still want to finish all the embroidery tonight so I can just do straight up sewing tomorrow. One, two, this is the third head back. How do I dry the washed out parts? I put them on a cookie baking rack that's just like a metal rack in front of a fan. Just a big box fan. So just box fan on the ground, cookie drying rack on the ground, stack them up a couple times if I need more space. Dry them out that way. If they don't dry fully, then I will stick them into the dryer, but I don't like doing that because there is the possibility of fur just doesn't do well in dryers. Minky's usually fine, but fur is usually not fine. And I don't want to be in the habit of just tossing things in there and then oops, I accidentally like destroyed something as soon as I made it. So generally it is just stack them up on cookie racks in front of a box fan. One, two, three, one, two. This is, I'm going to put it over here. This is my third one there. Oh, yeah, I use the cookie trays because they're smaller. Generally, the things I'm making are fairly small. If I tried to put them on a laundry rack, they would just fall off the bars. So the same thing that you use to cool cookies down on, I've got two of them for, or three. I've got three of them for stuffed animals, and then I just stack them up. Is my house ever so humid? Once I ended up getting it. Like I had two new humidifiers that we hadn't tested. We acquired them with the new apartment that we were renting. They were just here. So I put them out and like set them up to like see how they would do, and I didn't like them because they were like gross. But the only thing that it really affected is the stabilizer, the topper stuff that I put up on top of the embroidery that Thomas has. That stuff is water soluble. So when it got really, really humid, I had a whole bunch of that just kind of in a collector bag, like just kind of pinched up together and stuffed them in the bag so that I could use the scraps later on. It got really, really brittle, and it was like crumbling apart into little like shards of plastic stuff. And it was like, you know what? That's probably the humidity. Luckily, my big like bolts of it that I buy like 20 yards at a time, that stuff is all in a closet where it has a dehumidifier. Um, so that was all fine. But all my little scrap bits that I keep in my bag to use later on, yeah, I had to toss them all. They were not anything that I could use. Beyond that, not really. I've never had that issue. And those were bad humidifiers anyways, so we got rid of them, or rather we stuck them up in the attic for the landlord to deal with when we move out, or whoever else moves in after us. They can have their own weird, gross humidifiers to deal with. true. Yes. I'm up in the Northeast. We have cold winters, but beyond that, our weather is friendly to people. Okay, that's all of the white for Hornet. I am done with the white bits for her. For three of her. Three and a third of her, technically, because I cut out one extra horn face horn thing. Yes, I'm making three hornets at once. I technically still have one, so this will be hornets number 2, 3, and 4. I sold two of them on Etsy, so two of these are being immediately sent out as soon as I finish them. The other two, I am at least one of them I want to take to the Granite State Comic Con when I go there. Why didn't you cut your thread, Thomas? You are a pain. Okay. Let me get this off, and then he's got one more piece of fabric to put on top of it. So I want to be able to take Hornet with me and put her on my table when I am vending at the Granite State Comic Con. So yeah, I'm preparing in advance. And also, if I don't end up selling all of her, then I have my own Hornet. Like, Hornet's been sitting next to my computer, and when I am not streaming, I've been watching people play Silksong because I really like everything Hollow Knight. I like the bugs. I think they're fantastic bugs. Okay, Thomas, ready? Ready? Put you there. I don't like what you're doing. That thread. Yeah, I want you to wiggle over here. Good. Okay, that's where you're starting. Oh, I forgot to turn on the timer. Whoops. Well, I guess this will uh, count for me cutting out the little watches earlier. He is almost done. Okay, that's done there. Phew. I now have tail and ruff. Have a good night, Pick. I need the 260, 200 hoop. Okay, there's that. I need my pencil. Oops. Aha. There's my center line, and there's my center line there. That's the top bit. This is the bottom bit. I forget which direction these are supposed to wiggles. We're gonna do this. Left. Okay. Brushes to the left that way. So that should be good there. And then I've got all of these little chunks to cover up the 4 little bits there. Saturday inspection. That works. Click that in place. Yep, we're going to do your wiggles. I'm going to go back over to Thomas and let him do him thing. I hold this part down. Ow, what is stab me? Everything in this craft room stabs me. Putting little clips. Not even sharp. Should be good to go there. You can stay. I'm here holding you in place. You're fine. Okay. I probably put these in the wrong order. Because it's going to do all of the outline. And it should do the trace of where I put these bits. But I could have done the trace on each of them as it's going along. I think I had to do 1, 2, 4, and then trace, trace, trace. I should have gone 1 trace, 2 trace, 3 trace, 4 trace. Let's see, you're gonna trace? Yeah, you're gonna trace. Okay. Well, once this is doing its decorative satin stitches, I will go back and I will edit that file. Oh, right. This part actually counting. Mm, let's see. Which one am I going to use? Well, these ones are going to be smaller. So I'm going to put the smaller one there. I think this is going to be the bigger one. Brush that way. Yeah. Okay. Put you right there. And then this is small, so I want my pointy stick. Okay. Okay, and I told it to pause before the next one, so yay, that worked. Hold that back up out of the way because we don't want it underneath. Bits happening all at once right here. Okay, go. Okay, now this one is smaller, so theoretically this should work. Little scrappy bit. Oh, it's so here. Ah. Hell yeah. Okay. And that scrappy bit should be good too. Yay. Okay, trim both of that. Because now I need to go and cut all these little bits off. Oh no! That is too much thread. We're gonna wrap that back up around the spool. There we go. Okay. Put my pokey stick away. Bloop, bloop. Oh, did I not change? I did not change the camera back over. Okay. There's two. Three. I will probably need to cut a new piece of water soluble stabilizer for this. Because I don't think that last one is going to be kind of chunked up. Woo! Okay, copper for that. Let's see. Is my piece big enough? Oh, that one might be. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, so there's the topper for all 4 of those. Let me redo that corner. Ah, I can put that in to embroider now, and then I'm pretty much done until it's done. I mean, I could stitch up the tails and bits for it, but I think I'm going to set up the embroideries. So he's gonna do his thing. I can pause my timer on the mom owl bear. This is coming out. This comes out. I can't cut these out fully until after I have gone through and stitched them down on Bernard, my sewing machine. So they're done for now. All of these bits are done for now. I've got the 3 faces for Hornet to be embroidered. Ooh. That's the top of these guys. I can put that over out of the way. These are Hornet bits, more Hornet bits, and further Hornet bits. I don't need any more white for Hornet. I do need black. I've got that there. Okay, woo, bosoms. I wanted to edit the file uh for the embroidery bits here. Doop, 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 doop. There we go. Okay, so these are my embroidery bits, and what I did was had them do this for followed by, I need to put this one here, so it goes here and then here, and then here. So instead of doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, I'm having it do all of the 1 first, and then move on to 2 and do both of those, and then do 3 and 3, and then 4 and 4. Okay. So select everything, apply closest joins, go back down to these guys, check, because nope, I want in and ends on the end. Next one at the end, and at the end. Oops. You can start over here. That's fine. I want you to. Okay. So I can save that. Yes, overwrite it. It's fine. Okay, so we have those guys. Then Hornet's face. It's a 241.50. If I change it up to the 362, can I do all 3 in one hoop? Zoom way out and zoom down. The most I can do is 2. Yeah, that wouldn't really work. She's a little bit sticking out there. Okay, well, we'll do just the one face. Can I do the 120, 120 hoop? Where's my one? Oh, I would have to cut off bits of that. I didn't print out the pattern piece for her, so I can't really do that. So I do think I have to stick with the 241.50 hoop. Got her face though, and I'm gonna save that. Okay. So I've edited the ears, sort them. Yep, will be ads, boo. While I do that, I'm done here. I can go back to showing off Big Thomas as he does the second bit. Okay, so I need the 250 hoop for all of these. I am done in hatch. Close, welcome, done there. Okay. 241.50 hoop for the Hornet faces. These are all bits of Mom Owlbear. She's gonna go right there. I need to get the stabilizer for 240, which is what? My 10 by 15. I can for oh, thank you for the Prime sub. Yay, no more ads. 10 by 15. So this is 20. So I'm going to cut it 15. Oh, that right there. I'm going to cut this at 15 and get 2 of them. I need 3 because I'm doing 3 Hornet faces. So I'm going to actually cut 4, and then this is where it then just gets put in a little clip, and I wait until I need it next time. This stuff doesn't go bad. There we go. 10 by 15 for each of those guys. I will also have a bunch of leftover stabilizer after these bits are embroidered because it's a very small face and a very big hoop. So I'm going to move the face down to the bottom of the hoop. I'm going to move the face down to the bottom rather than putting it dead center, and then all of this extra stuff will be used for sewing. And there we go, more or less. Okay, so I've got 4 of those. I only need 3. This one is going to get clipped for bits. That gets stuck to a magnet right there until I need it. Okay, so that will be waiting for Thomas to finish the Owlbear bits. And then I will be able to do the 3 hornet faces. In the meantime, I can cut out her head bits. And this is the one that I cut an extra one out of there. I technically have 4 of the left horn bits. That's fine, otherwise it would have just been scrap. Ooh. That's scrap. Okay, there is a bunch of hornet heads. Next, I guess I have to cut out her body bits. I need to make space for that though, because that's going to be a big piece of black fabric, and I'm going to use a silver Sharpie, of which, like, most of them have exploded, which is really uncool. So I'm going to be making a huge silver Sharpie mess everywhere. Rather not get silver Sharpie on everything I just made today. put Hornet's face over by Thomas. The Hornet bits can go over by Bernard, so I can sew them later. Black. Got chunks of it that I can cut from. This vertical, okay, this is a vertical piece. This is a weird piece that brushes down that way. Okay. Let's find the silver Sharpie that isn't totally disgusting. Had to go and turn the light on for my bunny rabbit because he was sitting around in the dark. Pattern bits for Hornet. Woo! These are the white bits. I have arms, neck, leg. I do have the face. I didn't think I had this pattern piece. Ugh, I could have put all three in one hoop. Oh well, too late. Front and back. Okay. I think that's it, right? Body, body, arms, leg, neck. Okay. And then there should be 3 bits for her face and 2 bits for her cape. Oh, I only have 1 bit for her cape. Oops. Well, I don't know where the other cape bit went. I'll find it eventually. Thomas is done. So temporarily, going to pop them doing there. We're going back to start the timer. Give me this. I told you to cut your thread. Irk. Nope, that's the wrong one. Hang on. I swapped camera screens around. Table. Table with embroidery. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Last 4 little dudes. Their fancy little bits there. The backing is here. It goes brush that way. It goes right here. Like that. Okay. Now we go back to Thomas. This is his last little bit on the owl bear for today. And it's all my job tomorrow to stitch it up. Good there. Oh, you know, I didn't remove. Okay. This is not going to leave me a gap. I'm going to have to cut it open afterward. Hang on. Okay. This is going to be a multi-part thing. Pause right there. And we're just, okay. Because I don't want him to sew this bottom part, and I didn't remove that. So that is another change to the pattern I will have to make. This is so much thread you just left right there, dude. Why are you like that? Which way are you going? You're going the wrong. Okay, you're going the right way. Oh yeah. I wonder what other pieces actually stitched all the way through where they weren't. Because I don't think I checked the rough. Oh no, I did check the rough. I didn't edit the tail at all. Hmm. Well, that's gonna be a fun thing to cover. Okay. And here. Stop right there. I don't want you to stitch the bottom part. There we go. Oh, that didn't sound good. Snip right there. Go to that bit. And then continue on. Oh, you missed half of that. You didn't actually stick there. Wow. You're gonna end up losing employee of the month. And done. Okay. That was the final Owlbear bits. Woo! Yay! So that's 2 hours and if I wait one more second, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Just basically to make the parts of the Owlbear. The baby was 4 hours to make the entire thing. Uh, to cut out the bits of the baby was about 45 minutes. So 2 hours and 3 hours, 15 minutes to sew it up. So I'm expecting probably another 3 hours plus to sew up. The Owlbear mom tomorrow. That's definitely going to be a tomorrow sort of thing. Today, I'm just basically making all the bits for tomorrow. Because it's already close to 6 my time. Been streaming for about 6 hours. I'm probably going to stream for 1 hour-ish more. However long it takes me to make Hornet here. So we are going to have Thomas do his wiggles, reset, and we're going to set him up with Hornet's Face. And that's going to be not the 260-200 hoop. We're doing the 241-50. And I'm actually going to be moving her to the bottom. Thomas does his wiggles. And go over and watch him instead of watching my table. Temporarily just putting this in so that I can make sure this is going to, yeah, that's the wrong hoop. Because you're still looking for the 260, 200, 260. We don't want that. We want you to go back. We want the 241-50 hoop. Yeah. Remember I said that we were doing that? Yeah, dingus. I want to make sure. Yes. Okay. So this is the top part of the embroidery. So it does hit all of the fabric if I put it in like this. This is the bottom corner. Good. That's dead center. Okay. Now I can take this out because I need to put the stabilizer on top of it. I just wanted to make sure that this was actually going to be a good place before I put the stabilizer, like pinned everything down. Do I have any more bits of water soluble? No. That one was the one I used last time for horn. No. Okay. Back up there. Pull out my copper. How big is this piece? It is 8 inches ish. Oh, don't need this anymore. That piece should be enough for all 3 hornet faces. And I'm going to pin it bottom. Ow. No stabs. Good. Ah, you didn't catch both pieces? In. Good. Got it that time? You're going to hold it in place for me? Thank you. Can you please grab the water soluble? Please. Ah, fine. Close enough. And then I'm pinning it way up here, way outside of the fabric, just so that I'm sure that that pin is not going to get hit. Good. Okay. And put that back. Need black thread. Eesh, which is all super tangled up. Okay, rest of you guys, you're gonna tangle. I'm gonna take you down. Put the black in. Then I'm gonna just let Thomas do his thing while I cut out body parts. Silver Sharpie. Not terrible. Kind of terrible. Kind of terrible. Okay. Ooh doo doo. You can go. You don't have to. You're fine. Oh, I guess the way I had it set up is the black outline was separate from the black face. I didn't technically have to put down the water soluble stabilizer after I did the outline. See, that's really smart. Past me was brilliant about that. Present me did not remember, but past me did that the right way. So I want to put a third leg in there. Or is there anything else I can put in? I could do one arm and two necks. I might do that. There are two necks there. I'm going to put this arm right here. Another leg right here. Another leg right here. Another arm. I put a neck ring. No, just slightly too small. Darn. Okay. That's 3 of those arms. Ugh, I'm gonna have so many leg bits. Because I don't need just 6 legs, I need 12 legs. Yeah, each hornet needs 4 legs. 2 front and 2 reverse. So 3 hornets, 12 legs. I'm at 4. That marker's not good. Five, 6. Seven, 8. Oh, I can put, I think, 11 up the sides of this. Oh, Silk Song would be easier with 3 hornets? Yes, absolutely. Just gotta go find some of those masks, like with her 2 horns, and give them to 2 random bugs. Congrats, you are now honorary hornet. Grab a needle and let's go. I think she could recruit bugs. She's very polite. They would totally want to help her. She would ask very nicely. Okay, well, that's 11 legs. Maybe one of the hornets just has some battle damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Okay. I need one more. I guess I can just put it somewhere, which is fine, but I really like the fact that they were going up the sides and I could use the middle for body bits. Okay, back to the beginning. I've got 3 inside arms. Can I put a neck bit there? I cannot. Maybe I have to move that up there and I can fill that with like neck bits there. Do I have another silver Sharpie used, or do I have to get out one of the gross explodey ones? That one's a black Sharpie. That doesn't help me. I think I have to grab a gross explodey Sharpie. Put you there and see how well this one works. Draw an arrow on this to see the damage. Okay. Yeah, the people I have been watching play, I've been swapping between like 2 people. They are both in Act 2, but like the beginnings of. Let's see, that's 1, 2. That's 2 necks. I need 2 more, or I guess 1 more neck, 2 pieces, front and back, and all the necks will be done. But I have been very much enjoying watching people play Silksong and pretending that I would even be capable of playing it myself. Like I do not have the eye-hand coordination for uh Hollow Knight, let alone Silksong. But I'm very much liking the jokes about like the tutorial for Hollow Knight, like press E to jump, and then the tutorial for Silksong, Hollow Knight, the game. Like, yeah, this is why I watch people play it. I was watching somebody play a boss fight yesterday evening while I was waiting for food to cook, and they were on like 40 deaths. It was like that's terrible, but also the music is so good, so I'm okay with you dying over and over and over. He was at like 600 some deaths overall in the game, like 40 specifically on that boss fight. And it's like, but I like the character. I love the music. It's great. So I'm going to just keep watching you die. I need 2 of these, so 12 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. I could probably put that body bit there. Ooh, that works. There's been a couple of times people have been like, "Oh, I'm near the end of the game," and then there's more game. I haven't seen like I'm not watching people near the end of the game at all. Like very very certain of that. Like they're just starting like Act 2. Whew. Oops. I missed a dot. Where'd you go, Dot? Good? Okay. Wow. Every time you finish an area, there's more. There are so many areas. And it's beautiful too. All of the art is gorgeous. I'm missing one neck. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did I do? What neck am I missing? Flip, 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 flip. I need this neck. Okay, I'm going to just put that right here. Hang on. Can I put an arm? I can put an arm up at the top, so I don't need to put anything there. Can't put anything there, actually. That's not quite tall enough for anything. I need one more leg, arm, leg. Whew. Yeah, okay. There's going to be some wasted space in here, but that's okay. And put at least that final neck that I forgot right up in here. Okay, that should be all my neck pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I've got all my necks. Now I can pause, put my gross ass marker away. Only got a little bit of silver on me. Okay. And we're going to take this face out of Thomas. And I can set up the next face. That out there. Hornet is my favorite character too, although she's got heavy competition right now. Oh shoot, I forgot his name. He's at the beginning, little dude who just goes doink, 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 and tries to open the doors by singing at them. I love him so much. He is so cute and pathetic. Sherma, yes, Sherma. Heavy competition for my favorite character. Sherma is absolutely adorable, and I love his little character bits. He's so cute. I wonder if I could just flip that over and use the bomb section. I bet I could. I wouldn't have to use that many bits. Well, let's see. Wish the face. Whoop. Okay, well, don't rip the stabilizer. I think I can put another one right in there. That would be cool. Using less stabilizer overall? Maybe. Okay, I'm going to trace that one out. And this time I remembered what I did the smart way. So I can put you in here, and we're going to trace the outline first. Although first we're going to check. Can I... Oh, that's going to be interesting. If I hold it, I think I can do it. I'm going to change the speed to slow. As long as I hold the little bit up and out of the way, I can do both faces on one piece of stabilizer. Fantastic. Which means I've cut out too many then. That tail. There we go. And the stabilizer here. This time, because I'm putting down the stabilizer after I have my border, I can just kind of pin outside the border and I'll be sure I don't hit the pins. There we go. And take that back over to Thomas, let him do him thing. Okay, well, or you can just do that. That works too. Or just rip my stabilizer. Not like I wanted the hoop to be stabilized. It's fine. Dark. But now, full beans. Do your eyeballs. Okay. How many arms do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be 7. Was this my gross ass Sharpie? Yeah, I think so. It is indeed. That's 7. I put Hornet's leg there. Can I put, yeah, I'll put an arm there. This is 8. Leg here. Or an arm there. 9, 10, 11. I could probably do all of the arms in here. I'll just have one leg left over and then the outside arm, which I will need 12 of. Or 6 of. Wait a minute. I need 2 per. I'm doing 3. I only need 6 arms, not 12. What am I doing here? I might just be stupid. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all I need. I only need 6. I have 8. I'll put that one on top. Oops, nope, can't do that. That's a gross one. Okay. I need 6 arms, not 12 arms. Yeah, I'm getting so many extra arms. I am so ready for this. Okay. 2 of those. I guess I could probably put that leg in there. Can I put 2 of these in? Mm. Nope, that is slightly too wide. Can I put body in there? Nope, that is also too wide. I think maybe what I'm going to do, I'm all done with the arms. Let's get rid of that arm. Not going to be made more of them. I think I might just put like 3 more arms in here and that'll be the end of that. I've got 2. I need 4 more of these. I don't think I can fit all 4 in there. There's 2, 3. Oops. There's 4. And 5 here. I can fit 5. Okay, so I've got 5 out of the 6 arms. Woo! Wow, I'm bad at tracing. There we go. Okay, so that's 5 out of 6 arms. I do need to go find other black fabric then, because nothing else is gonna fit there. Everything is just too big. Gross Sharpie goes there. I have 1 body bit. What is that? That is the belly. Yes? Yes, 1 belly. So I need a total of 6 bellies. I'll just put that there. Ooh, I also need to set up my 3D printer to print probably overnight. Oh, these are so cold. Have everything right in front of the air conditioner. Now they're all chilly. I need to set up my printer to print overnight so that I can get a couple more swords made. Goes down that way. Okay. Leggy. I think that's the direction I need. Ah, now I have to unfold everything. Hang on. Which one do I have at the top of the fabric here? Yes. Okay, that's the leggy I need. Uh, not really any better place to put this. Like, it's going to be an awkward waste of some fabric, regardless of what goes where. These are leftover bits from the bats I make. They're just little squares of too much fabric at the end for throwing away and not enough for a full bat. So every 3 bats ends up giving me a square of fabric like this. That's the end of the legs. Oh, nope, I did the gross thing with the cap. We need to not do that. How I get ink everywhere. Oh, no fuzzles. I forgot how many arms I had. Ugh. That can go there. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Put this one here. This is the second of these. The third of these. And I need to flip them and do 3 of the back. Oh no, that's just slightly too short. Boo. Boo. Well, I bet an arm would fit there. No. Ah, slightly too narrow for the arm. How about this bit? Nope, slightly too big. Boo. If I put that bit there and that one there, maybe. Two of those. I need one more and then 3 flipped. I have all 3 of these. I need it 3 flipped. This is one of 3. Okay, so that's 2 of this. No, 1 of this. I need 2 more here. I need 1 and 3. And I need some number of arms, which I have forgotten. Okay, folding that in half. Putting that away. Nope, wait, I'm keeping that out because I can't keep track of how many things I need. Eey, this one. I need one more. Okay. One more of these. Let's start over here. Okay, so that was 3 of those. Now I need 3 flipped. Good. Yes. Fantastic. This one here, this is the belly. I have 3 of these and 1 reversed. I need 2 more reversed. 2 reversed. Ah, there's 1 reversed. I put this here. Will that fit there? Or I'd have to move it to there. That's probably fine. Okay, so there's my 2 reversed. That should be all of these buys I need. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That sounds like Thomas is done. Let me take that away from you. That out of the way. There's 2 hornet faces. One more face to go. And that goes down at the bottom as well. I'm going to let that do the tracing, and then I'll put the stabilizer on top. Once all of these are embroidered, I will be done for the day. Yes, embroidery finished. You're good to go. Do your wiggles. Good. So probably less than an hour left in today's stream, which is fine. I'm at 6.5 hours working already today. 7-ish if we count me before stream. That's good. I feel accomplished. I need 3 of those. Because I had 1 reversed, now I need 3. Okay. Don't know if I can fit both of those there. I could probably do 1 arm and the other body though. Ooh, that would work. Okay, so that's 2 there I can probably get. Oh, think Thomas is ready. Okay. Come your thread. Cut, cut, cut. Good. Give me this. Put some eyeballs in here. I am a little bit behind where I wanted to be for Granite State Comic Con in terms of getting things done. This is just a bad pen. Ugh. But I do have the weekend where I didn't plan to do anything, and I have 3 days built in of not doing anything on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I believe, before the convention. So I do have work days where I can catch up with what I'm behind on. But I was hoping to have finished the Owlbear Mom today. But I also did not anticipate making any hornets. Like I have the one that I was going to take with me. And I sold two real fast. So didn't really anticipate adding her to my workload. So I'm still feeling confident with where I'm at. And even if I don't get a single other thing done, I do have enough stuffed animals to completely fill the 6-foot table that they've given me. I would just like to have some new guys, especially with the bats, because I sold all of my really popular bats. So now I just have the less popular. So if I can get the popular bats made and ready to put on the table, then I can potentially sell some more of those. More likely to sell the popular ones than the unpopular ones. But I have enough unpopular ones to fill the table if necessary. There's that. I can put that arm there. And then I need to go figure out how many actual arms I need to make because I've forgotten. It's been more than 30 seconds. It's not in the memory. Yeah, Granite State is what, the 20th? Yeah, we're already like 9 months in here. Like, this is crazy. This is going to be also, I think, my 12th big event of the year. Whereas when I was looking at the convention goers Discord, whatever, like the Artist Alley Discord, a lot of people are like, oh no, I do like 4 to 6 a year and I am exhausted. And I'm doing like 13, 14 total. Some of them are craft fairs, but still it's a full day event. So that's crazy. And also, I make everything by hand. So everything that I put on my table is because I spent hours making it. Whereas several of the people who were saying that they get tired are people who make, like, I'm not going to say it's not their own work, whatever, but like if you draw art and then send it to VO Grace and they print it off as an acrylic uh, charm for a keychain, like you've done the art, but you get as many keychains as you want from it. So the ordering itself is the continuing work. I can't do that. I can't just ask a manufacturer to make my things. I mean, I could. There are people who do plushies through manufacturers, but that's not what I do. I do them all by hand. So, yeah, I feel like if 6 events is enough to be exhausting, I'm just dead at this point. I'm destroyed. I'm dead. But this is also like the first year that I've really been doing lots of conventions. I started this as like my full-time job in 2020 because I was working as a retail slash educator related to sewing, and decided like, oh, I have enough savings built up that I can actually try and do this on my own, and if I fail, we can live off of savings for a while. So in 2019, I made plans to quit my job and do this plushie making thing full time. And I applied to a whole bunch of conventions and then quit my job at the end of January 2020, and then February, March, every single convention I had applied to canceled for the year. So that was cool. Somehow I did not plan for a global catastrophe to happen. Don't know why. That should have definitely been in my business plan. I bet it is now. I bet new businesses actually have like COVID worldwide shutdown plans in place just in case, you know. But I did not. I was not anticipating that. So I started selling things online, and only now, like 5 years later, have I actually been applying to conventions and getting into places. So kind of threw off my plan, but I'm still having fun and doing things I like, so I'm okay with that. I'll probably not do as many things next year. I'm coming to the understanding that my things are really like my customer base, I'm gonna say, is people who go to conventions and people who go to pride fests, which that's cool. Those are my kind of people too. I'm totally okay with selling to people that are like me. That's awesome. Craft fairs, not so much. The people who go to the craft fairs not really looking for the kinds of stuffed animals I make. So I will do less of the craft fair stuff and more focus on the big events. And now that I know more or less like how well I'm selling at conventions, I can aim for things that are a little bit farther away from me, things that I have to actually travel to and I can't get back home in the evening each day. So I will no longer be limited to the northeast of the United States. I can travel to other places based on like how well I'm expecting to do and how much I can afford to drop on like hotels or state parks to stay at during the that weekend. So I've got information. So next year will be slightly less conventions, focus on the big ones, and I would also like to be able to put out sewing patterns and digital download type stuff for people. So that would be cool. Um, so yeah, that's my plan for next year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have all my arms. Yes, cool beans. That was the last one to trace then. 1, 2, 3. Yes, yay! I have got all my bits. So literally all I need left for today is one eyeball on Thomas. Fantastic. Hold that guy up. Take those guys, put them with hers. While he does that final eyeball, I guess I can cut out the footers and I can get rid of all of these icky gross markers. They're going to go over on the table away from the rest of my fabric. Explodey markers. It wasn't actually too bad. Like, I got a little bit of silver on me from that last marker, but overall, they were not terrible. Now that I know that they've all exploded and I can react to them. I don't know what happened to those silver Sharpies, but they say store tip down. Every single marker has that on there, and all of the Sharpies that are stored with the tip down have like leaked and filled the caps full of ink. And then when I go to use them, they're already half dead, and the ink in the cap just kind of goops everywhere. So that's cool. I actually like the idea that they're all half dead because the full force silver Sharpies tend to bleed through the fabric. The half dead ones do not. I don't like that they're half dead because like I didn't use them. Like that's all that ink was wasted. I paid for that ink. I should be allowed to mark up fabric and bleed through the other side. Like that's my ink. Okay, there's my feet. I don't even think I have to pull any of the jump threads out of these. These might just be good to go. Let me get most of this out. I will be washing these, and this water soluble stabilizer is water soluble, so it will wash away. But I like to get as much out as possible because when it washes away, it turns to slime. It's gross. Okay, those are the back feet. Ugh. These are the front feet. Lots of beans. Oh, I guess technically I should be counting this time as well because this is actually work for the owl bear, but oops, I'm done already. That didn't take that long. Okay. These are all I'm done with the pattern bits. Pollinite, hornet, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna put all my bits away just so I don't lose them. The bits. Owl bear bits. Oh, I didn't cut out the beak. I need to do the beak for the owl bear. Oh no. What? Where was I? I was gonna do it in the chocolate. I've got scrappy bits of chocolate I can probably use. Here we go. There's some chocolate for the beak. This is the pattern pieces. That's how much to cut. There's the little beak. Pattern bits, pattern bits, pattern bits. Where is owl bear? Pattern thing. There we go. And this goes down that direction. The beak goes down that direction. I do need my silver gross ass Sharpie for that again. Please don't drip anywhere. You are super dead. Okay. There we go. Ah, good enough. that gross ass Sharpie away. Fantastic. Okay, there's my beak. And you go down that way. So there we go. Cool beans. And just in time for the outline. Are you on the outline? You are. You're halfway through the outline. Okay. I'm going to speed him up just a slight bit to get him done. And I'm going to find somebody to raid. Okay, who is on? Who is doing cool things? Oh, Fire Topaz is on. I could go Fire Topaz. She makes plushies. Let's see. Who else? Anybody that I watch? Topaz. No, okay. I'm gonna go to Fire Topaz. Put you from one plushie maker to another one. I have no idea what she's doing today. But she makes little like beanie baby type dragons. So she might be doing that. She also draws, so she might be doing that. Oh, subscriber only. Well, anyways, we're going there. Either follower or subscriber only chat. Anyways, she's gonna go there. See what she's doing. And no swearing in her chat. She doesn't like swearing. And I will be back tomorrow, probably around noon Eastern Standard Time, because I have to run up to a store to drop off some more plushies there. I might be doing that tomorrow morning. If not, I'll be here earlier. If so, I'll be here around noon. I'm going to be finishing up the Owlbear for sure, and then probably working on hornets, multiple hornets for the rest of the day after I finish the Owlbear, which is probably going to be about 3 hours. So I will see you guys tomorrow or whenever I see you next. Thank you for being here today and have a good rest of your days. Bye.